Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? Did I turn the volume down on this? I think I did. I like to turn the volume down so I can watch shows while I do stuff in the game. I turn the volume down sometimes. All right. Morning. What's going on, Vor? How you doing, bud? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to check our potion guy. We're going to see how much, whatever this stuff is called, we have. We got to put this in here. We need to see how much Mage Bloom I have available. Mage Bloom. I have 60 Mage Bloom. Wow. Dragon's Vigil. Okay, I've got more Mage Bloom than I thought I had, and that's okay. We can handle this. This will be fine. Oh yeah, we have 60 Mage Bloom. Do we have any more over here? Nomad's Grace. Oh, Mage Bloom. We have 73 Mage Bloom. Cool. All right. That means that's very organized. It's pretty organized. I mean, I need to get it more organized, but I'm getting there, you know, like it's... yeah. Wisdom change is implemented. Nice. Very nice. We'll have to check that out. I probably won't be streaming super long today. It is my birthday. So yeah, we'll be doing a kind of shorter stream. Let's see, 73 times 2 is 146. So we need 146 int tongue plus more is what we need. So 146 times 2 again is 292. So we need 292 int tongue, and we have 1. So this is gonna take some time. Check your wizard changes. Oh yeah, I do need to check that too. That's another reason I wanted to play the wizard today. Yeah, let me look at that real quick before we actually let me get to town. Before we get started with the stream, let's read over any type of patch notes or changes. Did they actually put out any patch note, like an announcement or anything? Because if they did, it'll be perfect. Ah, yes. They did. All right, so we're going to read over that, and we're also going to check out something else, and we're going to do a quick video on that to talk about a couple of things. Since something came up yesterday as well. So let's do all that. So let's come up here, servers back up, yada yada yada, experience changes, gearing, yada yada, all the things. So we'll start here with the patch notes, and then we're going to talk about monsters and memories, community hub, interest poll, boop boop boop. Okay. So before we get started with the stream today, let's talk about the patch. But before we talk about the patch that actually happened, which is going to be the changes to Wizard and some Druid changes, and then also I think the changes to the Wisdom and all that kind of stuff that came in. First and foremost, let's talk about this because not a lot of people know about this one right here. The server interest poll has been updated. To get to this, you're going to go to monstersandmemories.com right here. You're going to click on Community Hub at the top, and then you're going to go to the server interest poll right here. This is a new updated server interest poll. So they want to get our feedback on what servers we are interested in playing on. So definitely go and fill this out if you have some time to do so. It takes just but a second. But right here, you can see that you have the West servers up, including Oceanic. You have a PvE East server, you have a PvP server, PvE boxing server, and then a PvE 2-box limit server. And I want to explain the difference between these two because this is a new option. It's the one that I'm choosing for right now. I may choose something different later, but The PvE boxing server means you can box as many characters as you are able to do. Whether it's on one computer or a dozen computers, you can box as many as you want as long as you are able to play them. Of course, that does have restrictions on using things like automated software that will play the game for you. So no use of the macro quest and those kinds of things that people have used in previous games back, years before, or maybe even still use them today. Then you also have the 2-box limit server. This means you can have 2 characters active at one time for one player. Whether that is on one computer or 2 different computers doesn't matter, but you are allowed to play 2 characters at once, which is something that I'm interested in, so that when I don't have my static group around, or if I just want to go camp an item for a few hours and I don't have somebody that wants to sit there with me and heal me, it really helps out with me because I'm playing a fighter who can't really solo very well, especially at the higher levels, and it really hurts me to be on a server where I can't do that. So if I can have like a backup healer, log in somebody else to be able to heal me, really helps out, but it doesn't allow you to like box entire raids and, completely hog entire areas in the game. So it's a limited version of boxing. Some people are going to like it, some people won't. They also have an EU PvE server and then a PvE RP server, which is another new one that they've added in at popular demand by the community. So definitely go in here, fill out which one you would prefer to be on so that they know what servers to launch with in early access. Now, that all said, let's take a look at the actual patch notes. This is 0.25.0.2. This is the one that they were talking about recently. So we just recently got in the changes for the Druid, the Wizard, the Archer, and the Spellblade. People are liking it. People are not liking it. There's a lot of discussion going on there. And they made some changes, especially to the Wizard here. And then they also made some changes down here to the Druid. Those, I think, are the 2 that people are kind of debating on the most. I feel like the Archer changes, for the most part, are well received. And the Spellblade changes, for the most part, are well received outside of the little bit of clunkiness on the mechanics, so some things they need to work on there. But let's read over what the changes that they actually made. So stat changes. Clerics, Druids, Shaman, Rangers, and Paladins now scale their ability damage off of Wisdom, not Intelligence. This is a huge change, especially for Druid and Shaman, because they are going to be doing some DPS, whether with their dots or direct damage. Now their damage is going to scale off of their Wisdom stats, so they don't have to have a second set of gear if they want to do DPS. They can just use their Wisdom. This is going to really make those 2 classes shine, especially in a group that isn't heal intensive. They still can keep their tank up while adding a little bit of extra DPS. This is going to be really good for duos and trios as well, so that you can have a little bit more DPS going on there. Now, clerics don't do a whole lot of DPS. They do have an undead nuke that's actually used to be very mana efficient. I believe now it is probably even more mana efficient. And then Rangers will probably be losing their spells, so this will only affect Rangers right now. In the future, once the new Ranger update comes in, it may or may not affect them very much, so keep that in mind if you are making a Ranger. Paladin, kind of the same thing. I don't know how much they're going to be using their Wisdom in the future. I imagine probably more so than Rangers, because they probably will have some sort of spells, and they do have more healing. So, Wisdom will still affect them. But as far as their nukes and everything are concerned, I don't know how much they're going to nuke. We'll have to see what they do with the class changes. That all said, recently they did change some things with Wisdom in regards to healing, and I've heard from a few people now that druids and shaman both heal significantly more than they used to. I've been playing with a shaman quite a bit, and I've been playing with a cleric quite a bit, and now my cleric friend is only using a lower level heal to heal me, even on my fully buffed, very geared out tank. I have about 3,700 health when I have him in my group. I have about 4,700 health fully buffed for raid buffed, around 47 or 4,800, something around there. And he is using a lower level heal when he groups with me to do just regular content, because he's now healing for over 2,000 damage with his heal due to the recent wisdom changes, and that's with a level 52 heal, not his higher level heal. If he uses his higher level heal, it'll heal for even more, which is basically overkill. So we need to be careful. I feel like the devs need to be careful with how much they allow healing for these 3 classes. They do need to make sure that Druid and Shaman can still heal a group. However, if they just make it to where clerics are constantly over healing, then that's also a bad thing, because clerics, like overhealing doesn't do anything. So you can't really say that clerics are the best healers because they're just overhealing, right? So druids and shaman right now, I would say shaman remains the best overall healer with this current update. But I just kind of wanted to go over those things really quickly. Wizard, let's take a look at these changes. This is pretty big changes for Wizard after the big changes that happened a couple of days ago. So Seal of Magic, you can now apply Mark of Magic to creatures up to level 64. I believe this was just a miss on the devs. They didn't think about, raid bosses and things that are higher level. They just said, up to level 60. But now they have changed that. So this does work now on raid bosses who we believe as a community believe that they're level 63. They could be level 64. They could be level 65. They're just redcon to level 60s, which could be anything from 63 plus, but it does go up to level 64 and does currently work on raid bosses as far as I know. Mark of Magic, the duration is increased by to 60 seconds. I think it used to be 15 or 20. I think it was 20 seconds with this most recent update. It's now 60 seconds, so 3 times longer, which is just nice. So you have a little bit longer time to be able to do those nukes. And this honestly means that once you get a Mark of Magic on a monster, if you're in a full group, it'll probably die before that Mark of Magic drops unless you use your Reclaim ability, which Reclaim did change, and we'll talk about that in a second. Fixed an inconsistency where Arcane Volley and Fire Volley tooltip did not match the amount of missiles fired, so that's nice. I believe these are supposed to, depending on the level, they're supposed to do like 2 or 3 at the lower level and then go up to 5 volleys at the higher level once you get to level 60. Actually, I think it's even before that, like in the 40s somewhere, it actually has 5 volleys. But anyway, the tooltip should now be fixed. Set glyphs and catalysts to cast while moving. This is a very good change. I feel like the catalyst system did not work very well, at least in my experience. They did say in a previous update, kind of like a community question answer kind of thing, Jahar did say that the glyphs, if you use a glyph and cast a spell, the casting time for that spell would be shortened. It was not, in fact, shortened. I don't know if this was something that the devs forgot to enter or they just decided to not do it, but Jahar did say in a previous post, somewhere up here, you can find it if you want to, that it would be that way, and it is not that way. So maybe that was missed by the devs. If it was, please, please, please correct that, because right now it takes an additional second or two to do the glyph, hit the catalyst, and then you have the full duration of the cast time, so it just increases your cast time. Let's say you are trying to use the lightning stun ability, which is a 1.9 second cast time on the lightning spells. It now becomes almost a 4-second cast time if you're trying to use glyphs to do that, and some spells on the enemies are casting faster than 4 seconds, so it basically removes the ability for wizards to be able to interrupt unless they have the spell on their bar and they actually cast that one spell. So just want to throw that out there. This is just a very short cast time with the glyph itself, and wizards must stand still while the glyph triggered spell is casting. So what this means is you can use the glyphs, and then once you are ready to hit the catalyst, you have to stop moving, hit the catalyst, and then stand still for the duration of the cast time, which is fine because you're casting a spell at that point. The glyphs, it's kind of like doing the signs or whatever. This is seeing if we can improve the glyph casting experience for players with some lag, and should not be a meaningful advantage otherwise. We're not trying to turn wizards into bards, and they do need to stand still to cast the actual spells. So very, very big change on the glyph side. I'll be checking that out today during the stream. We'll be doing a little bit of that. I'm mostly going to be farming for some alchemy components though. Added an early tier for Ice Blast at level 8. This is a great addition. I feel like the tiering system for the wizards was not that great. They didn't get a lot of stuff early on, even though that Fireball is supposed to be their bread and butter. They actually didn't get a Fireball spell until level 48, which kind of felt bad for wizards. I felt like they should get one much, much earlier, so maybe we'll start seeing some other spells added in for that earlier tiers of those spells. Reclaim Magic, this is what I was talking about earlier. Reclaim Magic changed to target AoE. It will now be a bit easier to use when kiting. So this one right here, I'm a little bit concerned with. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but if you can put up the, what is it called? The magic seal, the seal of magic or mark of magic on multiple different enemies and then use Reclaim Magic, can you get back all of that? If it stacks up to 5 times on one enemy, you can get up to 100 mana back at the higher levels. And if you can get it on 4 different enemies, that means you could potentially get up to 400 mana back. So we'll have to test that out and see if that's the case, or if it does in fact cap out at 5 stacks, no matter how many enemies you remove it from. Combined Reclaim Magic and Arcane Acceleration into a single spell. This is another very, very good change. Felt kind of bad having to take up 2 spell slots or to memorize 2 different glyphs. Actually, I don't think you could do the Arcane Acceleration previously. Now you can. We'll talk about that in a second. But that was felt kind of bad because it took up an additional spell slot that we didn't need to take up before. Actually, it was 2 additional spell slots from prior to the update, because neither one of these were needed prior to the update. And then with the update, it's just 2 more spells that we have to have on our bar. So using Reclaim Magic would now return mana and apply or refresh your group spell haste buff. This frees up 1 extra slot on your bar. Very, very nice change. Removed Arcane Acceleration as a standalone spell. It no longer has a purpose as it's been combined with Reclaim Magic. You're not losing any abilities. It just got bundled up to be more convenient, and it is now more convenient, which is really nice. Slightly increased the mana return of Mark of Magic. So before I was saying it was 20 mana returned per Mark of Magic up to 5 marks, which is 100 mana. So they slightly increased that. We'll have to see what they slightly increased that to. Based on community feedback, we removed a few spells from being glyph castable and replaced them with spells that may be used more frequently or buffed that you don't want to sit and memorize in order to cast once per hour. That was a long sentence. This is going to be a challenging area to find a spell set for glyphs that will please everyone, so we're not planning to continue making changes to this. Any spells that are no longer glyph castable are available to memorize and cast normally. So basically, they're going to talk about it right here. These are the spells that were removed. So we'll talk about it first. Arcane Acceleration was removed, and then, so it was part of the glyph system, apparently. I missed that one. And then Bind Vision and Wall of Force all were removed, and they added in the Spell Shield, which is the single target HP, armor, and magic resist buff that casters get. Seal of Magic is now added on there, which is nice to have. And then Sense Magic, which a lot of people don't really cast on themselves, especially as a wizard, because they have the ability to put it on through, I believe it's their, I forget the name of the spell now for some reason off the top of my head. Their buff that gives them mana regen and everything. It also gives them Sense Magic. Anyway, the only issue that I have with these, and something I was thinking of, is for the glyphs. They say that they're taking away some so they can add a few more. Somebody brought up in one of the comments somewhere on Discord, maybe being able to add in additional glyph combinations outside of something like Dur, Hill, Hill. So you can have a foundation of one of the 4 glyphs, and then you can have an enhancement of up to 2 glyphs of the same glyph. So you can cast Foundation and then 1 glyph, or Foundation and then another glyph twice. So what if you could do a Foundation and then like Hill and Dur? So like, you know, you could do Mun, Hill, Dur as a list as well. That would open up and make you be able to cast a lot more spells. I don't know if they want to do that or not, but I thought it might be a good suggestion to be able to do a few spells that way if they wanted to give a few additional spells to the wizard. We also took another balance pass at damage on spells. We'll be checking this out today as well. Based on early play data and constructive player feedback, please give your damage spells a try and post your feedback in the new threads set up for this. This was a big issue with me. I thought that the tiers were not done very well. In fact, you could go from a level 39 spell, or like use a spell I think that you get at level 28, and it levels up to 39 and does more damage for the same mana cost as you get higher level. And then you get the level 40 spell, and instantly you lose the damage mana ratio, so it becomes a less efficient spell when you tier up to the next one. Hopefully they fix that in this. But then also the damage numbers, especially for the AoE spells, they were too high prior to the patch. Then once the patch hit, they were way, way too low and basically not usable. So hopefully they did update these well. We'll be checking that out today also. Druid. So reduced Mantle of Winter and Mantle of Summer to a 15-minute cooldown. It previously was a 20-minute cooldown. This helps out quite a bit. I know some people are liking this new season thing. Some people are not liking it. Me personally, I haven't tried it. I don't think I will like it if I try it, but I will admit that I have not tried it yet, so I don't want to give a feedback on whether I like it or not. Currently, the buffs provided by the seasons are very strong, which is balanced by the nature rate of the change for seasons. People are basically trying to figure out ways that they can stay in certain areas. So they want to stay in autumn or spring. I think most players that I've talked to that are playing druids are trying to stay in spring, which gives them, I believe, additional damage plus... I can't remember right now off the top of my head, but it gives them mana regen is the reason they want to stay in autumn and spring. And then a little bit of damage or healing. It's like 10% either side. So that's where people are trying to stay. And there is a way to do that. I believe it's like casting 2 heal spells for 1 damage spell or 2 damage spells for 1 heal spell. And you'll stay in those ranges. And that's what they're trying to do. Now, one thing I have heard about this that people don't like is that they are now putting on lower level spells on their bar. They did the same thing with the wizard, where they're having to put on level 1 or the lowest possible level spell so that they are more mana efficient to keep within those areas. And some people are saying that just feels bad. So we'll have to see what they do with changes on that. If we make it faster and easier to change seasons at will, the buffs offered by seasons will need to be less impactful as it was meant to be a bonus where you get a large benefit for a season, but could not easily get all the larger benefits in a short period of time. And I think this is what people are trying to do. They're basically trying to min-max how they get through those seasons. Again, I haven't personally played it. I'm just telling you what I've been told. We fixed the bug that would sometimes cause seasons to shift unusually or prevent Mantle of Summer or Winter from correctly setting your season. So that's good. Glad they fixed that bug. Please let us know if you run into any unexpected season transitions. The Embers dot spell line have a shorter cast time. That's probably really nice. I don't think this one stacks anymore. From what I was told, it used to stack up to 3 times. Now I believe it's just a single dot that just goes on one time, but you want to have this dot up when you're using the winter damaging spell because it then does additional damage with the winter exclusive spell. We made some improvements with Ray of Sun and Winter's Chill damage lines. The Ray of Sun, I believe, was the healing one, wasn't it? No, that was not. That was the direct damage fire spell. Anyway, we continue to evaluate other druid spells in the next few days, so they are making some adjustments to that. And then druids, along with a few other classes, will be getting bonus spell damage and healing based on their wisdom scores. We talked about that at the top. We wanted to hold off on adjusting any druid spells until the wisdom change rolls out and we get a bit of data on that. We will be keeping an eye on druid feedback to plan to revisit the class and address any concerns soon. I believe this is going to end up making the druid very, very powerful right now because of the way that the scaling worked with intelligence. So think if you had like 150 to 200 intelligence and 150 to 200 wisdom, how would that make your druid feel? And I think it would make it feel extremely powerful. But let's see what the numbers actually look like when they come in. We are evaluating additional tuning and updates for druids over the next few days, and there have already been some very helpful and constructive posts on the druid feedback thread, so give the wisdom change a try and then share your thoughts on that with us. Thanks. So there you go. And then the servers went down, etc., and they're going to be apparently, I guess, bringing them out again right now, as they just said. So that's going to be it for the current patch update, and we'll be talking about this throughout the stream today. All right. So we are going to be putting this in. Thank you so much, Short Circuit. I appreciate that. Sorry, I was in the middle of reading all of that stuff. I'm going to be updating this, and we're going to be putting that out on the old YouTube momentarily. So if you missed the bulk of that, I apologize. We'll be uploading it as a YouTube video very, very soon. Actually, I'm going to try to do that as we speak. Since the servers are going down anyway. Are they going down? All right, we'll wait. We'll wait and see. I didn't see an announcement or anything, but I wasn't tabbed over to this. Okay, so go here, create, upload video. and we'll do that. Holy moly. That was a lot. That was a lot. Am I still recording? I don't think I'm still recording. What the heck? Why is this No, that's weird. It's not refreshing on my screen here. All right, well, let's just try to upload that and see what happens. Hopefully that didn't bug out. We might have to splice it from Twitch and then upload it. Oh, there we go. 5 minutes. Let's see if we can get a Sal real quick before we log out here. Anybody? Anybody? Bueller? Sal, please. I'm a beggar. There we go. All right, so we got Sal. I'm going to go ahead and camp out. Let me finish uploading and updating this video for you all that may have missed that. So Monsters and Memories, done there. And we'll go ahead and do this. Processing. Okay, so that is uploaded. Let's do that. We can close this now and close this. Cool. Thank you so much for the subs. Holy moly. Todd coming in with the subs. You sent me a birthday card. It's not a scam. I appreciate that, Easter. Sorry, I was not looking at chat there for a second. I was looking at trying to upload that video. Thank you so much. Todd coming in with the community gifted subs. Crow now has a gifted sub, and then Chrono and Brian, thank you all so much. Accidentally sent a Father's Day card instead of a birthday card. That's okay. Father's Day's next week, Isar, and I'm also a father. So that said, I will have to leave the stream a little bit earlier than I have been lately. My kiddo is at a week, and I'm picking him up from the science camp. So I'll be ending the stream a little bit early, picking him up, and then we're going to be doing family stuff for most of the rest of the day. I don't really know what the plan is 100%. They have something special planned for me, so I'm looking forward to that. So yeah, that's going to be what we're doing later on. Let's do this. We'll watch these to see if the server list drops here in a second. Let me go back over here, and while we wait on that, we'll do some other stuff. We have super plans. Super plans. Well, I'm a Superman for your super plan. No, anyway. Claim the card ASAP. Don't want it to be stolen. Claim the card. Okay, did you mail it? Did you actually like physically mail a card, Isar? I will check that out. I will go and definitely check. I'll be sure. I'll send the kids. We normally send the kids down to check the mail. We have mail kiosk here. I hate it. You texted me on my phone. Okay. Yeah, I'll check that. Short Circuit. Thank you so much for the community gifted subs. I appreciate it, guys. Short Circuit coming in. Vagtastic. Awesome. I appreciate it for the subs. And then McTrain also subbed. Thank you, thank you. Okay, that's not this. Holy moly. Happy birthday. Let me open this up. How does this work? Oh, it's an Amazon gift card. Thank you so much, Esar. I appreciate it, bud. Amazon gift card for my birthday. How nice. I will send a thank you. Thank you for the Amazon gift card. Yeah. Wow, they just put in a message in here for me. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Esar has been a friend of mine, a gaming friend of mine for 25 years or something now. I don't know. It's been a long time. I really, really do appreciate it. You know, we've come to become very good friends, literally through gaming. Met playing video games. We met in real life now, once or twice. And yeah, I really do appreciate you, bud. Thank you so much for the gift card. I will make sure to spend that on something fun and something awesome. And then my mom also sent me a happy birthday. Thank you, Mom. I don't know if you're in here in chat either. Hello, Mom. I will talk to her later on. All right, did they already reset the servers or not? They said they were going to go down in 2 minutes. Did they already do that? Manage video. Or, yeah, let's do this. Did they reset them? Did they go down? I don't know. I don't... Oh! They did do it! Look! All of my spells are gone. And they did not take it down yet. But they did reset all of the spells so you can't use... I probably should have added that to the video. They unmemmed all of our old spells. Wow. That's significant. I'm glad they did that, though. We had some spells that were way too strong. You know, they were kind of breaking the game. So I'm glad that they did do that. All right, so let's back out. Let's play. Can we just jump right back in? Server went down. Yeah, we probably can't jump right back in. We're gonna wait for a second. All right, let's just sit here for a minute. Let me fix the these things. Let's do that and that. All right, let's do that. And then scroll down here. Holy moly. I got too much to do today. I didn't expect to have to do this video today, so I apologize. Okay, was not expecting that video. Oh, there we go. Servers are down. Cool. All right, let me read some of this stuff. I think we're done with the video. I'll deal with the rest of that later. I just tested a little wizard stuff. Volley spells are hitting 3 times harder. Reclaim still only gave back 100 mana for full stack, so that's not done correctly. AoE for Reclaim will hit non-affected targets, so be careful. That's another issue that I thought was going to probably happen. Happy birthday, Criddle. Thank you so much, Criddle. I appreciate that. A fellow Gemini. You're on the 9th. Your birthday was just a couple days ago. Awesome. Happy birthday to you. My girlfriend's is literally 7 days from now, so hers is on the 19th. So, yeah. Thank you so much, Crota, for the sub. I do appreciate that very, very much. Happy birthday. Thank you so much, Night Watch. I appreciate that. I wish I could rebuild my druid now. I made him to solo with high int. Ooh, that's rough, Janky. That's rough. That's why, like, I've been kind of saying for so long, they really, before they go into early access, they really need to make sure they get all the fundamentals right. Because if they make these changes with wisdom and intelligence and stuff, or just any other big changes with your stats, and people dump in like 10 points at the starting screen with one stat thinking it's going to do something, and then they change that later on in early access, that's going to really upset a lot of players that are trying to min-max. I know not a lot of people like to min-max, but most players do min-max a little bit. You know, they're not creating their character going, okay, I'm playing a fighter, I'm going to dump everything into intelligence. Nobody does that. If anybody does do that for roleplay reasons, they do not care about stats at all, but most people are going to dump their stats into something that they think will be good for their character, and if they do that and then ends up being not something good for their character, you know, they're going to be a little bit upset. Cheers. Thank you so much, Short Circuit. I appreciate you, bud. Glucose, you just became a member. Awesome. Thank you so much for becoming a member over on YouTube. I do appreciate that. Hey, bro, how's it going? Hope all is well. Everything is going well on my end, Vince. I hope you are doing well also. All right, let's jump into our wizard. Wizard. You're a wizard, Ari. I need to plug in my phone. I'm probably going to get so many text messages today. My family is very big on, I don't know about you guys, but my family's very big on texting on birthdays and such. Okay, so now that we have every spell on our wizard arsenal wait a minute, I wonder if they did that. I'm curious. Did they do that across the board or only for wizards? Does anybody know? I think they should have done that across the board for every single class. Let me log in another class that uses spells. I have a Spellblade. Let's see if Spellblade did it. Because they should have done that for everything across the board for every class, whether it's a new class or not. Okay, I'm just gonna take your word for it, Vor. I trust you. So yeah, that's good. That's good. Did they do it for my fighter as well? Let's check that. I'm curious if they did it for the fighter as well. Only archers, wizards, druids, and spellblades. Only those. So they didn't do it for the fighter. You're on the PvP server. I am not. No. I'm going to log out real quick and check my fighter. I'm just curious. That's a very big change. It's a very good change. I'm glad that they did that. Got rid of all the spells and made you remem them. I could be wrong. Yeah, let's look. Let's look on the fighter. They did it on there as well. So yeah, they didn't do my fighter. Okay, so they just did it for the other classes. Okay, that's good to know. It's actually very good to know. I'm glad they're doing that, you know, even though I was using some of those older spells that I had memmed. I'm glad that they did that. So that's good. Thank you so much, Burl. I appreciate it. I was too. Yeah. Like, I mean, it feels bad, right? I feel nerfed on my wizard now, but it's a good thing. It's overall a good thing. Because like my Flames of or Fire or whatever it's called, Flames of Eth, was doing 2,800 damage with that spell. It was a stupid amount of damage. So yeah, they definitely needed to fix that. All right, so let's put in Arcane Bonds up here. We're going to put in Sorceress Mind. Actually, do I want to figure out the glyph system or not? Let's see if they change the glyph system. Let's see if they change that. So we need to do Mun. Let's do Mun. We'll do it 6, 7, 8, 9. No, we're going to do, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 0. So Mun, Hill, Nos, Dur, and then Spell Catalyst. We'll do that. And then I want to see Sorceress Mind is a 4-second cast time. So we're going to do, I want to try this out. 6, 6, 6, and then 0. And we 1, 2, 3, 4. They did not change the cast time. That's the exact same. Yeah, that's the same cast time. They need to reduce the cast time when you use the glyph system by like 1 to 2 seconds across the board on every single spell. If you use a glyph to cast it, it just reduces it. Gotta do that. They gotta do that. Looks like the catalyst was free. You talking about mana-wise, or I think they're all free mana-wise, if that's what you mean. You got me logging into PvP server now to test stuff. Nah, oh no. My mom's Gemini, nice, on the 19th as well. Awesome. She shares a birthday with my girlfriend. Son's missed the cutoff. He's 24th. Oh man. You really should have told your son's mom to, push it out sooner, because Geminis are the best. We're the best by far. Because we're like 2 of us, right? 2's better than 1. Anyway, you can cast the glyph while moving now. Yeah, it's what we just did. So I can move and hit boom, mun, and then stop with the catalyst and cast the spell. Love that. Absolutely love that. Scrolls are back to 1 copper. Ooh, they are? I'm not going to say you should do this, but for those that missed out that boat, go buy a bunch of level 60 spells for 1 copper and then sell them back when they increase the price. Shh. Don't tell anybody I told you to do that. Free money. No, they might fix that, guys. They might fix that. So I don't know if they're going to allow you to do that or not, but it could be free money. And then you get banned, right? I don't know what's going to happen. Don't do that. I know people that did do that, though. So they just posted in Discord about it. Did they really post in Discord about it? Read the last thing Trent posted. I'll check it out. I'm just kidding. Don't actually do that, guys. Did they actually post about that, though? That'd be funny if they did. Let's see. Trent. Oh, there he goes. He just posted it. Good morning. We have identified several accounts who have exploited the 1 copper spell cost by buying them and reselling them. This is violation of Play Nice policy. Oh my gosh. There's 0 tolerance to any form of cheating, unfair advantage, any exploitation, knowingly bugs. Oh my gosh. Yeah, don't do that, guys. I was joking when I said it. I didn't know that he had posted this yet. I had not read this. You can look back on the stream and see that I had not seen that when I actually said it. It was a joke. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh my goodness. Okay, I apologize. Moving on. Let's get our gate spell and go get some of these things. I'm mostly going to be harvesting things today. I'm mostly going to be harvesting some herbs, so we're not going to be doing a whole lot, but we're going to be chatting while we harvest the herbs. I need a lot. I need 200. What was it? I counted up the number a little bit ago. Good to put your book, though. Yes, it is very good to get in your book. Absolutely go buy the spells for 1 copper and put them in your spell book. I might actually buy a second spell book. I might, you know what? Actually, while it's 1 copper, I am going to buy all the spells that I need for a second spell book. I am going to do that while it's 1 copper, because I do want to have a second spell book, and I don't think that's exploiting, because you're allowed to do that. It's about buying them and then reselling them is the problem. So yes, I will absolutely make a second spell book, mostly for like gates and teleports and invis, for corpse retrieval type of thing. But I'm also trying to get the other spell book. What's it called? Because they don't have the ability right now to copy spell book, and I hope they do this soon, where you can copy a spell from one book to another book, because there are books in the game that have stats on them, and if you already own all of your spells, and then you got to transfer them to a new spell book at higher level when you get those books with stats, that feels kind of bad. You got to buy all your spells again. That's terrible. So yeah. Maybe I can convince Gith or Isar to go camp me one of those books. First, oh, you got another ornate lamp? Nice. Nice. Look at that. He gave me his ornate lamp yesterday on Criddle, and he's like, I'll just go camp another one. First kill, he got another one, the ornate lamp. Hey, Gith, if you're bored, or Isar, if you're bored, I would love to have a spell book, a red spell book, if you're bored. if you want something to do today. I will be gone anyway from 2 o'clock on probably. So I'll camp it after. Yeah, you're all good, man. It's all good. I just figured I'm not going to be able to camp stuff with you today. So quick tip to make some money: to check the shady vendors. Yes, that is actually a legit way to buy stuff cheap and resell them on the correct vendor. Is you can go and buy stuff on the shady vendor and then take that stuff to the correct vendor and sell it, and you will make money. It's not much. It's a few copper here and there, but yeah. Actually, we're going to look at that. We're going to look at the spell. Hang on a second. I'm curious, did they change this? Or how they fixed the numbers? Okay, so let's do the math real quick. We got Ice Blast. And we got Greater Ice Blast. Okay? So we have these two. So let's check the numbers on these. Calculator. Okay, so 382. Oh, they really lowered the damage. Look at that. So yeah, this is going to be way more mana efficient now. So let's look. 382 divided by 242 equals 1.5 damage per 1.5 damage per mana at level 39, and at level 40 we have 628 divided by 337 equals 1.8. So boom, there you go. They fixed the issue there with the mana ratios. So I'm happy with that. We'll actually test those spells out on some mobs when we go back to town. So we're not gonna do that right now, but I'll check that when we go back to town, and see what the damage looks like with our intelligence, based on our intelligence. Thank goodness my character's intelligence is higher than mine. Otherwise, my nukes would be hitting like wet noodles. If you buy a tradable spell book early and fill it, then switch to a stat book, your old book will probably be worth a good chunk of change to someone's alt. Yes, that would be true. However, that would technically be exploiting a little bit. It's not really exploiting because you're buying them right now to sell for later. I'm not going to do that, right? I'm not going to do that because it's kind of shady stuff. But I totally get where you're coming from with it. I don't know that that's really going to be something frowned upon or not, but yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing it. Anyway. Might want to read the post Trent just did. Yeah, you might want to read the post from Trent. Like, technically, that's not what Trent was saying. Trent's saying that you cannot buy the spells at level or right now for 1 copper and then sell them back to a vendor later on. Selling them to another player, however, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Not with the 1 copper stuff. Oh, you're talking about, yeah. I mean, maybe you could do that. You could, yeah. So like if you don't do it with the 1 copper, like if you just play and then you like buy another book later or get another book later or something, yeah. I mean, sure, that could be the case. Sure. People are filling their book 1 copper and selling them to players, which is exploiting. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing it. Like I wouldn't recommend it. I was joking about it when I said it. You know, I probably shouldn't have said it. It was a joke. But if we can't joke, you know, come on. We got to be able to joke about things, right? Got to have fun with life. Anyway, don't exploit. If you find an exploit and you can, you know, try to see if you can recreate it once. Sure. I would say that's probably fine. If you can recreate it, then definitely let the devs know how you recreated it and then move on. I actually had a discussion with Sean the other day. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail there because it's kind of a behind the behind closed doors discussion kind of thing. So we discussed a few things, just the two of us, and I really appreciated my chat with Sean the other day. So Sean, if you're here, thank you. I really do appreciate that chat. Had a very good chat with him. But where was I going with that? He did tell me at the very beginning of the stream or of the chat together, we had like a Discord call. And in the very beginning of that, we talked about cheating, exploiting, all that kind of stuff. And he did say that they're going to start taking a very strong stance against people cheating. And that's going to include content creators and, people of higher view or whatever. He's like, I don't care what your view count is. It doesn't matter. He wasn't referring to me directly. He was just telling me this. I double checked with him at the end of he told me all this. And at the end I was like, did I do something wrong or what? And he said, no, I haven't done anything wrong that he knows of. So anyway, point is he was saying he does not care what your view count is. He doesn't care how popular you are. He doesn't care who you are. If you are caught cheating or exploiting or whatever, they will take action. And he wanted to make sure that I know that so that I kind of, I guess, spread that to you guys maybe. I don't know if he was doing that, that he knows of, yes. No, I don't know if he was saying that for me to spread that to you guys or not, because I do often talk about things on my channel like using macros, using bots, using things like that. I personally don't use them, but I do often talk about them. So he did want to make sure that he has reassured me it doesn't matter who you are. If you are caught using any type of cheat, exploit, whatever, if you think it's slightly shady, it probably is. Don't do it, is basically what he told me. So, yeah, just want to throw that out there for anybody. Just wait until the spell cost, what they're supposed to. I think it's cheating to buy all the spells higher level. Yeah, I mean, it kind of is, but if Isar is able to get me a new spell book and, he gets me a new spell book and I can buy all the spells for 1 copper, I'm going to do that for a second spell book. Like I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it for my own use, right? I don't think that's cheating at all. They changed the spells. I had previously, had spell books and stuff, with spells in them, etc., whatever, like you have, generally people have secondary spell books in their bank for corpse retrievals and things like that. So I'm going to make another spell book if I get a book. Right. Recreate, then report. Exactly. Right. If it's a one-off thing and you can't recreate it, then, you can't recreate it. So it's not really a big deal. Some people also think that they've exploited and they didn't. Like I've had a situation where I duped items and I duped money in my bank, but it was just an inventory glitch. It wasn't duping. I was like, man, I've got like 5 of these items in here. What the heck's going on? And then I did a reload inventory and all of them went away but 1, right? So like it went from, I had 1, I duped it to 5, and then I did a reload inventory and I was back down to 1. So it was just a glitch. It was like a visual glitch. So, those kind of things, that happens. Definitely report those and let them know. But, that's not an exploit or anything like that. That's just a visual bug. When I first jumped in the game and made a level 1 archer, I was definitely not making arrows and selling a batch 1 silver per. Yeah, exactly. That was a whole other thing, right? People did that. They did that a lot. When you can make the 1,000 arrows, it costs you 1 copper. You make 1,000 arrows, you sell them for 1 silver. You're literally getting 100 times your investment. So yeah, that was a whole thing. Honestly though, if they're going to make a huge crackdown, they need to fix pathing. That is also an issue. Yes, pathing right now is definitely an issue. And I'm on the fence on that one, right? Do you know if you're doing a pathing exploit or not? I've used pathing before to my advantage. Absolutely. Like the way that monsters path, if I know that I can run over here, let's say that I grab this monster, right? And if I run this way, it follows me directly. But if I grab this monster and I run this way and it still runs over here and it kind of like does a special path, I learned that, absolutely I'm going to use that. Because the monster needs to learn, if I'm here and it's here, it needs to come straight to me in the fastest way possible. Now, if I go, let's say, like I pull a monster here and I jump off a cliff, is that exploiting? Because now the monster has to run all the way around, however they're going to get there. I don't think that's exploiting in my opinion, but the devs might think it is, because I'm pulling a mob and jumping off a cliff. Like the mob could jump off the cliff, sure. Like, should mobs be able to do that? Like, that's kind of a pathing thing that they need to figure out on their end, not my end. Like, that's, like that's to me, a valid strategy of I'm pulling a mob and jumping off a cliff. Now, if I'm pulling a mob, jumping off a cliff, running back around up the cliff and jumping off a cliff and then running back and going around in a circle, okay, now we're talking about possibly an exploit, right? You're now using the pathing as an exploit. On purpose, right? But if I just pull a mob and I jump off a cliff, like, I mean, come on. Like, should I have to, if I'm killing this mob and my group is down here, should I have to climb down this ladder or can I just jump off the cliff? I guess that's kind of where I'm going with that. Like you can't make the game like ridiculous where like I got to climb down a ladder because the monster's going to. Yes, that's another one, Danny. That's a very good point. When you're running, if I have 4 monsters chasing me and they get to like right here and I blink, they will run to where I blinked from and they will stop for a second. It's a great way to get monsters to group up together to be able to quad kite them. I actually probably should have done a quad kite video, but I didn't do one, and I'm kind of glad I didn't now because now it'll probably be outdated. But that was a great way to group up monsters quad kiting that might be too spread apart. You could just blink and they would actually clump up better. Is that exploiting or, like, I don't know. I look at it like this. When you blink, the monsters are confused, just like a player would be. Like, oh my God, he disappeared from right here. Where did he go? And they take a second to figure it out. They run to where you were, and then they take a second. Okay, where'd he go? Oh, he went over there, and they run that way. So that's how I look at it. If you're going to make a huge crackdown, they need to fix pathing. Yep. There are spots where mobs cannot move through stairs. That is true. Yep. As if there is a wall in front of them. Yeah, there are spots like that. There's a couple places that players can get to that monsters cannot get to. Monsters will warp to you after some amount of time. So that's another thing. Like how there's a fine line there between cheating and not cheating, I think. Should monsters be able to figure out how to get to you? If players can get there, monsters should be able to get there. But there are places that you can't, For example, up on top of this right here, I would imagine if I were to pull a mob and I somehow get like on top of something that monsters can't get on top of, they'll try to get up there and then they'll eventually just warp up there. So like they gotta do something like that, which kind of feels bad, but yeah. Anyway, you guys get the point. You get where I'm going with that. Okay, let's go back on our loop again. We're going to be doing this for a little while, so if you guys have any questions or just want to chat and stuff, let me know. I got to get of this int tongue. I need like 250 plus of this. It's going to be a lot. So I'll probably be here most of my stream today doing this, which is not going to be super fun. But when we go back to town after my Speed of the Wild runs out, we go back to town, we're going to test out those spells. Actually, let me put them on my bar. Because I'm kind of curious. At a few things here. Fireball being our biggest nuke, so we're going to try that. What is our biggest nuke damage now? 11. Oh wow, 1184 for almost 500 mana. We're going to see how much that does with our int. We'll be checking that out. It makes it real unfun in dungeons where you just have to go up and down stairs to change pathing. And yes, it has been bug reported. Yeah, exactly. The other thing that I look at, though, is, another issue is monsters can actually go through walls. They can go up and down walls and stuff. So, like, monsters are also kind of cheating in a sense. That doesn't mean just because 2 wrongs don't make a right, okay? So it's not saying that because the monsters can cheat, you're allowed to cheat. But there are monsters, like if I For example, when fighting a mob, sometimes they'll go into a wall here. Sometimes they'll like warp up to the top of this wall. If you're in a multi-layered dungeon and a mob like runs away, it might like warp up and down, and it can aggro everything from above you, and they all come down. Feels really bad. So hopefully they do make some fixes for things like that in the future. Pathing is just a really wonky thing in a game like this, especially a game where there's no leashing. You know, like you have to zone to leash a mob. That is also another really big problem. Would you like to know the new glyphs for buffs? I'm assuming it's the same glyphs. The 3 they took out are the same. You just replace those. Are they not? If they are the same, then cool. If they're not the same, then yeah, sure. You can let me know. Welcome, Raiders. What's up, Criddle Games? Happy birthday. How are the class updates coming along? Well, they weren't great. In my opinion, the Wizard specifically wasn't great, but they are making adjustments to them. They did make adjustments today, and they're looking a lot better today than they were previously. We're going to be checking out the Wizard nukes here momentarily whenever I go. Well, I guess in about 30 minutes or so when I go back to town, we'll be checking out those Wizard nukes. But thank you so much. Is it Sat? I don't want to get your name wrong. I always read your name, and I think it's just Sator. But is it Satior? Like Satior? But thank you so much. I appreciate you rating. Hope you had a wonderful Satior. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've seen you stream many times on this game and in Pantheon. I believe you play a lot of the old school games, so awesome, awesome. Love to have you as part of the community as well. But hype for the raid party coming in. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. I hope you're having a wonderful day. The important thing is quick implementation and fixes. Exactly. You know, so like I was the other day when the patch came out for the 4 class updates, I was a little bummed, and I was like, man, this feels bad. This feels like the devs didn't test anything. Feels like the devs are just kind of winging it. They're vibe coding again or whatever, right? That's what it felt like to me. And I said a lot of this on my stream, and I kind of, you know, I was a little bit mean to the devs, right? I wasn't directly mean to them, but I was kind of saying, come on. I felt some incompetence there. But what I do love about this dev team is their willingness to listen and their willingness to make changes fairly quickly. This was only, what, a couple of days? You know, 4 days or something since that big patch. 3 days? I don't remember exactly when it was. And they've already made some changes. Now, are these changes going to be perfect? Probably not. But they're willing to make these changes. That's something that about this dev team that I can say is very, very good compared to other devs that I have dealt with in the past for other games. You know, we as the community members say something on Discord, on Reddit, on forums, through streams, through wherever we see them. And they're just like, whatever. And it could take months to get them fixed. I'm not talking about Pantheon. I am talking about Pantheon, by the way. But, you know, it's ridiculous on some of these games. Like, if you want to make a video game, I get that it's not easy. I totally understand that. But you've got to be willing to make changes, you know, quickly. Because if you don't, you know, when early access comes out, and let's say they update, they add in some new spells, they add in some new abilities for classes, they make some changes, and it's a completely disastrous change, making things way too powerful or way too weak, they've got to be able to turn that back around and fix that quickly. You know, like this is now's the crunch time to figure out how to make that happen. So that we're not paying customers and then sitting on our thumbs. Like, I know wizards, high-level wizards, for the last several days, just didn't want to play. They just logged out of their wizard and were like, I'm not playing the game. It's terrible. It feels bad. I don't like it. You got to be able to fix those things quickly. Otherwise, you're going to lose players. Hopefully those wizards are just like, I played something different, or I took a couple days off the game. I'm going to come back when they fix it, and they fixed it fairly quickly. So awesome. Good job. Really do appreciate that, devs. Today's a positive stream day. A couple days ago was a negative stream day. It happens. Is what has been said to me for years. So I just go with it. Yeah, there you go. Just go with whatever, you know. My worry about the dev team is the amount of work they have with the deadline they have set. That is my worry as well. They have definitely bitten off a lot. I don't want to say more than they can chew, because maybe they could do it depending on how much they buckle down and actually try to get it done. They do have a 40... I want to say it's like 46 people now on their team. Several of them are GMs and several of them are just like the accountants and stuff like that. They're not necessarily all game devs, but they have like 46 or so people on their team now. And if they all buckle down and they push, granted they're not getting paid right now to do this, and people that are not paid are not going to work very hard, and they shouldn't work very hard, but yeah. Anyway, I should probably shut up for a minute. You guys are probably tired of hearing my voice. It's not a they suck thing. It's a, honestly, I don't know if they can get it done efficiently thing. Yeah. I don't think it's a they suck thing. I think that a lot of it right now is because they have a mostly volunteer team. No one is getting paid on the team currently. Not all of them can work for free indefinitely. They can't put in 8-hour days to develop this game, because they also have jobs. They also have lives outside of that. It's hard to put in 8-hour day and then put in another 8-hour day. Like I put in 8 hours for my job to pay my bills, then another 8 hours for my second job that doesn't pay me anything right now in hopes to get paid in the future. I may or may not get paid in the future for those 8 hours that I'm putting in now. Like Sean's talked about it before. And I don't know if like he's being serious about this or not, but he's like, make sure you fill out your timesheet kind of thing. And it's smart. Like, think about that. These guys should be going in and say, hey, I spent 4 hours today working on this thing within the game. I just want to put that out there on my timesheet to show what I have done, how long it took me, etc. It's not just for the money side of things, but it is for the money side of things, Like, they need to know, for example, how long it takes to fix certain bugs. If one of the GM or one of the devs goes in, it's like, it took me 4 hours to fix this bug. We need to now know how long it's going to take to fix bugs in the future. That's one thing. But also, hey, man, I've worked on this game. I literally put 1,000 hours into this game on development side of things, and I haven't been paid yet for that. So that when they can start paying people, maybe they'll give them a bonus. Like, hey, you got 1,000 hours, we're going to give you $1,000 bonus. Not, $1 an hour is not much, right? It's not much. Nobody wants to work for $1 an hour, but getting $1,000 bonus for working on something, that you volunteered for seems kind of nice. Just something out there to say, hey, I worked on this. So yeah. Anyway, I don't know what they're doing with that. I just heard Sean say it in the past. I've heard him say stuff like, make sure you fill out your timesheets or whatever. Probably partly joking, but partly not. Bind Vision was replaced with Spell Shield, but Reclaim got switched to the old Arcane Acceleration, and then Dispel Magic replaced the old Reclaim. Seal of Magic replaced the old Abolish Magic. Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much. I'll try to go update my spreadsheet on that, because I did make a spreadsheet going over those. Old Wall of Force is an unknown incant now. So it doesn't do anything? The old Wall of Force doesn't? What happens if you let a corpse decay? Like after 6 days? If you don't loot your corpse for 6 days, I believe there's an NPC in town that can summon your corpse for you, so it doesn't just completely vanish. Somebody can correct me on that if I am wrong. I have never done it myself. But it takes 6 real life days, I believe, for a corpse to completely go away. Or maybe I'm not high enough to cast it. That's possible as well. You may not be high enough to cast this spell. Is life outside of Monsters Memories even worth it? I don't know. I did go outside today for my bike ride on my birthday. I was like, I'm going to wake up early. I'm going to go for a bike ride. It's going to be a good day. I went for an hour-long ride, and it felt fantastic. And then I got home. I made 3 fried eggs over easy. I love some eggs over easy. And that was my breakfast this morning. Took a shower. That's why I was on a little bit late. I was like, come on. I could be on late, an hour late on my birthday. Why not? I just play games for fun. Too many middle-aged men with no wives and kids these days. All they do is complain. Yeah, you know, and people say that about me too. People say that I complain a lot, and it's like, I mean, I might, sure. I guess it depends on my tone, and my tone can absolutely come off as complaining. You know, it can. I get that. But I do have a girlfriend, and I do have a kid, and she also has a kid. So I guess in a way, I have 2 kids. You know, girlfriend. I've got a life. I got things that I got to do too. Just the other day, I called my mom. And she was out of town with my sister and my niece. They got into a car accident, and they're like, "Hey, we don't have a car. We don't have a way to rent a car. You know, like they're freaking out. My sister's freaking out, like trying to figure stuff out. It was a whole mess. So I was just like, well, I'm gonna go drive down and, you know, save them in a sense. So I drove down, took a couple days, hung out with my sister, my mom, and my niece, and walked around downtown Savannah. That was nice. Get a little exercise. You know, we're busy people. Busy people. He will summon the corpse after it rots at no cost. There you go. Thank you, Skirmish. I appreciate that. If you're looking at the Necro Guild, it's to the left to get to that NPC. If you're looking at the Necro, so if you're looking at the big Necro around to the left, like all the way around to the back side of it, is that where you got to go? I think I have both in my book, Arcane Acceleration Reclaim. That's not right? I have both in my book, but yes, you probably can't cast the Reclaim magic now. Where is it at? We can look real quick. It's not there. It might be on the very first page. I think I put it in the first page. So Dispel, Sense Magic Root, Recharge Item, Wall of Force is here, Arcane Acceleration or Invocation is here. I may have to go buy that spell again. They may have removed them both. Did they remove them both from our spell books? It looks like they removed it. I don't see it. I try to keep my stuff organized. I just don't remember where I put it. Arcane Acceleration and Reclaim right here. So yeah, I still have both in here. Yeah, they should probably fix that. Let me see. Can I mem that? I can mem Reclaim Magic, and I can mem Arcane Acceleration. So yeah, they still have them in the book. I think the only one you need to cast now is this one: Reclaim Marks, Reclaim Stacks, 30 mana. So we'll have to test that. Somebody said that it's not 30 mana. It's not more than 20. When marks are reclaimed, this spell empowers your group to this. So we'll test this out as well when we go back to town in about 20-ish minutes. Get a life. I need to get a life, Isar. I don't have much of one. Luckily for me, my hobby is also my job, which is this. But I also spend 10 plus hours a day doing this stuff, like playing games. It is literally my life. So yeah, thank you all. You all allow me to do this. You know, I don't make much, trust me. I encourage anyone that wants to stream and make content, though, I encourage you to try it, do it, see if you enjoy it. It's not an easy road, but it can be fun and it can be rewarding. So I do encourage you to do it if you can. That doesn't mean to go into streams and advertise it, though. Don't do that. Don't be like, hey, I'm trying to start up. Can you, like, I've had so many people do that. Not recently, but in the past. Like, I had people that would come in and be like, hey, I want to start streaming and making content. Can you, like, boost me? And I'm like, no. Do the work, man. You got to put in the work. You got to put in the work. Is Evershade Well? He stands opposite. Oh, in Evershade Well, he stands opposite the Pauper and Magnificent NPCs. There you go. Awesome. Not meaning to bother you. You seem cool. I'm talking about the Reddit neckbeards. Yeah. I get it. Yeah, there are people that just sit around, and I'm sure, you know, like there's people that literally sit around all day playing video games. They are absolutely a menace to society. They bring nothing of value to anyone. that definitely does happen, Tinfoil. It is very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Anyway, hi. How are you? Good. I'm glad you're well. You doing stuff? Are you doing stuff? What stuff are you doing? Don't worry about it. I'm kind of worried about it now that you say don't worry about it. I don't think anybody's allowed to say don't worry about it because instantly you then worry about it, right? They should just tell you what they're doing and then you'll be like, okay, I'm not worried about that. Anyway, is there any way I can play this game? You've been trying. Yes, there is a way you can do it. So you can opt in right now. I would do it soon today if you can, because they might send out more invites today. What you want to do is go to monstersandmemories.com. From monstersandmemories.com, you're going to sign in or create an account. Top right corner, I believe, you can create an account. You might have to hit the play button or something. Anyway, you can create an account. You should be able to figure it out. And then once you sign in, you can opt in for the closed beta, and they draw those every Friday for the most part. They've missed, I think last Friday they skipped it or something. Something happened. But anyway, for the most part, every Friday they draw anywhere from 200 to 1,000 players to be able to play in the closed test. They also have been doing open tests periodically, so you could potentially get into an open test or play an open test. When they do that, they just had a 10-day open test just last week that lasted for 10 days, or it ended last week. And yeah, so there you go. The Reclaim magic is Mun and then Catalyst. So just Mun Catalyst is Reclaim. And then so the Arcane Acceleration just no longer functions, correct? Is that right? Amazing. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Happy to help out. That's what I'm here for. I'm your ask me the questions and I will give you the answers immediately. Well, as soon as I read them. It's not necessarily immediately. You could probably get answers faster than me than you can from Discord, and they're probably going to be more accurate. Not trying to toot my own horn there, but I'll give you an actual answer. Sometimes you go out on Discord and you're going to get like 15 different answers, and maybe none of them are right. That's funny. Yeah, they bundled into one spell. I love that they bundled those into one spell. That's what I thought too, just checking with those smarter than me. Well, I don't know if I'm smarter than you, but I would say on the game of Monsters and Memories, I'm probably more knowledgeable than most. But that doesn't make me smarter than anyone. It just means I play the game too much. Last week, they sent them out on Sunday. Is that what they did last week? I know Sean said on Friday that he might send them out on Sunday, but I couldn't remember if they actually did or not. So, yeah. I want to say the last time they did send them out that I saw, they sent out 1,000 though. 1,000 beta invites. And that's 1,000 plus one friend invite. So 2,000 invites went out, which a lot of people are complaining about. What do you guys think about that? I'm curious to hear from you all. So every week they've been giving out, a couple hundred to 1,000 invites plus the friend invites. And the server numbers are staying very much the same. Do you guys feel like that is good or bad? Do you feel like the numbers should be going up weekly? Because it almost seems like every time they invite new people, that there's a drop-off in players, but also an increase in players, and it keeps them very even. It does concern me a little bit that people aren't wanting to stick around and play the game more, but it doesn't concern me a lot because it is a beta test, and some people want to just make sure that they like the game, test out a few things, log in every now and then. They're not like me where they want to play every day for 8 to 10 hours. Which is, don't do that, especially right now in the beta, guys. Don't do that. It's not worth your time. But yeah. Server population, let's see. Yeah, on Sunday, so it was 1,200 PvE and then 600 PvP. Wow, that's a lot. Server population does not seem to grow much. Exactly. It doesn't seem to grow much, even though they're adding in players every week. So fill out the servers, only 3 months left. Speaking of that, thank you so much. Listed, public, and publish. I just published the recap I did of the stuff. So if you missed my recap of the patch notes that just came in today, I just put those out on YouTube. Definitely go check those out if you are interested. It also talks about the server selection poll. So definitely check that out if you have not done so. Greetings. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Every time I see your name, do you pronounce it Gallon? Every time I see your name, I had a friend of mine who I played EverQuest 1 with for many years. His name was Galain, Galain, I believe. Or at least I called him Galain. And yeah, it just every single time I see your name pop up in chat, it reminds me of that. Anyway, just a little side note. Galen. Okay, got it. Appreciate it. I try to get y'all's names right. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Yeah, Dano seems like Dano's seen a lot of boxing. You've seen a lot of boxing, Vince? Well, let's talk about boxing then for a second, since you brought it up. Personally, I feel like people are trying to box and get away with it more so than the devs are catching it. I do feel that way. Are they actually getting away with it? I don't know. They are absolutely catching people boxing. I know that. They are definitely catching people. Are they catching all the people? I don't know. But to that point, part of the policing in this game comes from the community. So we are also supposed to be policing ourselves. If you see something, say something kind of situation. So if you see it and it bothers you, definitely report it. I personally am not one of those, narcs or tattletales or snitches or whatever type of word you want to use. I generally don't do that. If I see somebody exploiting, I'm just kind of like, and I kind of move away and let the devs deal with it. But some people are not like that. And I know some people are going to say, well, Criddle, you're part of the problem if you're not, reporting them. And I don't disagree. I probably am part of the problem. I know I'm part of the problem on a lot of things. But anyway, the devs are expecting the community to help police those situations. If you see somebody doing something they shouldn't be, say something. So just an FYI for those doing it. I only came back due to the class changes. Yeah. That's a good reason to come back, honestly. It's a very good reason to come back. It's temporary and people are running out of things they want to test. That is also true. Yeah, exactly. And I think so that's where I'm kind of, I'm concerned, but not concerned with the drop-off numbers. I think that when early access actually hits, there will be a lot more people that play more, and they will play for longer periods, like, months, not just like a couple weeks. So would you report a boxer? I have never reported anybody in this game that I can remember. Maybe if it was like I'm watching them on stream, I say something on the stream, but no, I've seen boxers. I'm like 99.9% sure. The thing is, it's hard to prove if somebody's boxing or not. On our end, we can think they are, and it looks like they are, but it doesn't necessarily mean they are. So no, I just generally don't report anybody. And I do know that that's part of the problem. Let's see. Where did I leave off at here? I think I missed something. Anyway, Dolce and Katana. A lot of the first rounders stopped right around the time they announced the class changes. They will more likely come back. I think that absolutely happened as well. Yeah, Dolce and Katana. Like, they're just like, okay, well, we're just going to wait and see what happens when they make these class changes, and then we will come back and check them out. I know a lot of people that pushed really hard in this game. Really stinking hard. Trying to get first to level 60 and whatnot. Those first few people that hit level 60, that got there, in the first month, let's say, a lot of them I haven't seen them in the game lately. Like, I could name names, I'm not going to, but there's a lot of those people that literally just, they pushed extremely hard. It's like, come on, guys, it's beta. I pushed pretty hard. I didn't push really hard, but I pushed pretty hard leveling as well in the beginning. But I'm still here, because I'm here to help out the team and try to make help out with beta, try to actually test stuff. Sometimes I feel like some of these people they're just there for the entertainment of themselves, and I don't know. It doesn't sit right with me, but that's fine. It's fine. It's whatever. It is what it is. Happy birthday. Hope you have a great day. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So far, we're having a fantastic day. Whoa, I almost fell off the thing there. Happy birthday, Kidalone. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Did they fix the wizard damage a bit? Yes, they did change it. I don't know if it's a fix or not. We're going to go when I get back to town in a few minutes. I'm waiting for Speed of the Wild to fall off. I'm trying to collect all these int tongues. We're going to get about 80 on this round. And then when this Speed of the Wild falls off, we're going to go back to town, get another Speed of the Wild, and we're going to test out a couple of the damaging spells. So I'll let you know here in just a few minutes if I feel like they fixed the wizard or not. I haven't tested it yet. Druid DPS is insane now. Man, did I call it or what? Called it. I knew it was going to happen. Went from 435 on Winter's Wrath to 1,010. Wow. That's insane. 1,010. What level is Winter's Wrath? What level are you? What level is your Druid? Because Winter's Wrath is a lower level ability that just scales as you level, correct? So we can check that out, compare it to like wizard damage. If you could, I would really love to know the mana, your level, and then how much damage the tooltip says for the druids, and I want to compare it to wizard. But there are people who completely abuse the petition system. Personally, had one person keep petitioning me for the dumbest thing. Yes, there are absolutely people that are abusing the petition system. So kind of going back to what we were talking about a few minutes ago, I don't report a lot of people. And the part of the reason is because if I reported everybody that I saw that I thought was cheating, I mean, let's say I'm 80% accurate. I'm just going to be like 20% of the time I'm wrong. That's going to be 20% additional work for the devs to have to deal with. I don't like the people that are just constantly use the petition system as a weapon, right? Weaponizing the petition system is a bad thing. So what I mean by that is I don't like this player, so I'm going to petition that they're boxing or they're using an exploit, even though they're not, right? But I'm going to say that they are because I don't like that player. And I think that some people just petition because they want to camp. Like they show up at a camp, you're camping it, they don't want you to be there, they petition you. And then it means the GM's going to show up, then the GM's going to talk to you. You then have to talk to the GM, which slows down your gameplay, and it makes it to where the camp now respawns. They start coming in and start killing mobs, and now it looks like they've been there for the past 30 minutes while you're dealing with the GM, and you weren't clearing the camp properly. Now the GM is like, oh, by the way, you can't clear this camp fast enough, therefore you need to share it with somebody else, and then they end up winning that argument, right? You see how that could end up being a problem? Prior to them petitioning, though, I was clearly able to clear this camp by myself, no problems, or with my group, or whatever the situation may be. I was clearing the camp easily, but the petition caused these other problems. Then the GM saw that I couldn't clear it and it just escalates. I don't like that, and I don't like that players are doing that. And I really hope that the GMs start cracking down on those players as well. So if you are the boy who cried wolf all the time, I hope you start getting your account suspended or banned as well, because you should not be that person. So anyway, just want to throw that out there. Would you report a boxer? We went over that. Happy birthday. Thank you so much, Seminole. I appreciate it. Right. It's so hard to tell. I don't want to be that guy. Yeah, you don't want to be that guy. Exactly, Vince. Like, you don't want to be the guy that has a reputation of petitioning everyone. Trust me, you don't want to be that guy. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and shake my fist, but boxing is happening. Yes, exactly. Things people think aren't happening typically are at higher end players. Yes, they are. Absolutely, they are. And I think that the devs know that these things are happening and that they're not catching all of it. If they, I'm going to say it this way, and this might step on a few toes from the devs. I'm not meaning this in any disrespectful way, but if the devs think that they are catching more than they actually are catching, then that's a problem, because they need to know, right? They need to be humbled a little bit. Everybody, I feel like, needs to be humbled a little bit, including myself. Like, I probably should be humbled a little bit sometimes. Like that, we all need to be humbled, because we are not perfect. We are not going to catch every situation. In fact, we're probably not even going to catch most of the situations. Like, it's not going to be like to say, yeah, we're doing a great job and we're catching majority of blah, 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 blah. I don't think that they are sometimes. Anyway, not trying to step on any toes there. Not trying to be mean, but I don't think all these toolings and stuff, like preventing people from macroing and botting, and like they're catching the big offenders probably, but they're not catching the little offenders as much. I don't feel like. I really don't. But anyway, that's just me. I could be wrong. I hope I am wrong. Damage hasn't increased on DD, it seems. AoE is back, though. The DD definitely went up. We're going to check it here in a few minutes, though. We've got 5 minutes left on Sal, so we'll go back here in just a minute. They nerfed the efficiency, though. Efficiency went down. Did they? I don't remember what the efficiency was previously, but it does look like they increased the mana cost. For example, I know, for example, Fireball, boom. This spell used to be 450 mana, but it was, I want to say it said 1,000-ish damage. So they went up by, 100, maybe 150 damage, but they also increased it by 45 mana. So yeah. They definitely adjusted that some. So again, we'll have to see how it feels. Let's go ahead and go back to town, though. We're going to do that. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Okay. Let's go back to town, and we'll test out some of these damage numbers. And drop off some of these herbs. How much wisdom also definitely matters in that. I petition that Criddle guy every time he runs by with 5 people in autofollow. Clearly a boxer. Clearly I'm a boxer, guys. I'm always boxing. I actually did have a guy who got upset with me at one time because I was talking about boxing. Dude sent me a tell in game. This is 100% a true story, and I didn't talk about it when it happened because I didn't want to, make a big deal out of it at the time. But since we're talking about boxing, I was talking about boxing, and I said, I'm like 99% sure there's, one particular person that I feel like is boxing all the time. I never said a name. I never said anything about who it was. Didn't say like who they're associated with. Literally nothing. It was just, I'm just 99% sure this person's boxing. I got a tell in game within seconds of me saying that on my stream that said, if anyone's boxing, it's you. From the person I was talking about. And I never mentioned their name. And I'm like, okay, that's come on, right? Come on. You know who I'm talking about. You're probably boxing. And then like 5 minutes later, I get another tell from the same person. And guess what they say? It was a mistell saying that their box character was getting on Discord. And he's like, oops, mistell. Like, come on, dude. You're now trying to cover up that you're boxing. Like, it was so ridiculous. Like, so freaking blatant that this person knew I was talking about them. And I never mentioned who they were. And then had to send me a mistell saying that their boxed character, their spouse was getting on Discord to do something. And I'm like, come on. You have got to be kidding me. I never reported this person, by the way. Never once reported this person. Guilty conscience. Exactly. 1,000% a guilty conscience. Okay, let's see damage-wise. Mistel box character, thank you. I sent in your stream my Winter's Wrath info. Oh, okay, thank you so much, Vor. I appreciate that. I'll check that out. Yeah, I'll read that here in just a second. Now I'm getting some tells from people that are like clearly boxed. Thanks, guys. You guys are fun. Anyway, all right, let's see. Ice Blast does at level 39. So let's get here. Let me get my intelligence. Boom, boom. So we are sitting at 153 intelligence. Let's see how much Ice Blast does. And it's going to do, boom, 74 damage for Ice Blast. So that's this one. That is 300. So it's almost doing double. Actually, it is doing exactly double. Is it not? No, that would not be exactly double. That would be more than that. Okay. So, yeah, it's almost doing double. So, let's see. I want to do the math on that. We're going to get a calculator. Calculator. Kaboom. Kabing. 674 damage divided by 242 equals 2.78 mana efficiency. So, 2.78 damage per mana. And then let's look at the higher level spell. Ice. So we'll do Greater Ice Blast on this rat here. It is doing 1,429 damage. That seems like it's doing a lot more. So let's see. That would be 1,429 divided by 337 equals 4.2. That's very much more mana efficient. Okay, let's now try the Fire Ball, the highest level nuke now that wizards have. This was doing about 1,800 damage previously. So let's do that now and see what it does. It is doing 2,089 damage for my Fireball. So for those that are curious about that, 2,089 divided by 495.42. So there you go. Wait, what was the Greater Ice Blast doing mana efficiency wise? Hang on, what was that one again? I don't remember. Just from 10 seconds ago. Let's do that one. Boom. 1429. Okay, so that is this. So 4.22 and then 1429 divided by 337 equals. Ooh. Wow. Okay, that's about... I don't know how I feel about that. So this is going to max out at level 51, mana efficiency-wise. And then Fireball, this one just does a flat amount, this amount. It seems like it's about the same mana efficiency. This is a level 60 spell. So when you become level 60, it's about the same. Greater Ice Blast and Fireball. Fireball being slightly, ever so slightly more mana efficient. I can't really argue that. It should be more mana efficient. So, isn't Fireball AoE? No. Greater Fireball, this is single target. This one is single target. So that is that. That gives you that information. Aren't those numbers skewed, though, with your 153 intelligence? No, they're not skewed because we're using the exact same intelligence across the board to be able to see what they are. What that means is as you get more intelligence. I'm curious, actually. Let me do this. Let's do this because this is a good test. So we're going to drop down to 137 intelligence. And we're going to target this mob, and we're going to do Greater Ice Blast with 137 intelligence. That is going to do 1,364, which gives us 1,364 divided by, what was the mana cost of Greater Ice Blast? 337. So divided by 337 equals 3.994. Okay, and then let's look at Greater Fireball. And it's gonna do boom, 1995. Good year. 1995 divided by 495 equals. So, yeah, slightly more mana efficiency. So, they seem to have fixed the mana efficiency issue. Yeah, they seem to have fixed that mana efficiency issue. However, the thing is, if this caps out at level 51, this spell... Yeah, so your mana efficiency kind of caps out at level 51. If you get this at level 40 and then it goes up to 51 with the damage and it's this much mana, you basically, at level 60, you get a spell that's slightly more mana efficient, very slightly, but the big difference is it's going to do more damage for one cast. So I feel like that's a pretty good balance, personally. I like that. I think that's okay. You know, could they go up a little bit more in damage with the greater fireball? Yes. Yes. Oh, did I do that wrong? You said 1364 and it's 1346. Was that what it was? 1364. But I typed 1346. Okay, we can fix that. We can change that. So let's go. Sorry. Thank you. That's why I'm glad you guys are here. So I need to do 1364 divided by 337 equals, it's almost the exact same mana efficiency then, right? Almost the exact same mana efficiency. So the difference between your level, this spell, your Greater Ice Blast, which is level 40, and your level 60 spell, almost equal mana efficiency wise, but one is going to do way more damage per cast. So damage per second goes up over here, but the efficiency stays about the same, which you could argue is okay, right? We could argue that's okay. So let me see. Let's go back up to what Vor was saying. Level 50, Winter's Wrath. Level 44 to 200. Okay. Mana cost 271. Wisdom 147. So about the same wisdom. Direct damage was doing. So, okay. Let's look at that because I'm curious. So you're level 50 with 147 wisdom. What was the mana cost on that? 200 and okay. So let's look at that. Because I want to compare apples to apples here. Calculator. Let's get the calculator. You're doing 1235 divided by 271 equals more mana efficient. That should not be the case. Druid direct damage spells should not be more mana efficient than Wizard direct damage spells. Period. I will not debate this topic. Period. Like that, no, absolutely. I will not debate that topic. So they need to adjust the Druid spells. Thank you so much for the woohoo. I appreciate it. Got Speed of the Wild. Didn't even have to ask for it. Is it Fireball AoE? No, it's not. We talked about that. Misspelled. Level 12 minor magic bursts. Level 60. Or 60 damage for 112 mana. Yeah, I mean, the low level... I'm looking at the higher level spells to kind of look at that kind of stuff, but yeah. Was melee damage nerfed? Nah, I don't think that melee damage was nerfed. So what they did with melee damage is they recalculated strength, how much strength benefits you, but then they also adjusted the damage ratios on all weapons across the entire game. So the damage ratios went up, and then your strength contribution, I think, came down a little bit. So it's about equal. It just put more emphasis on the weapon itself and less emphasis on the stats. So I wouldn't say that it was nerfed, no. Level 44 spell scales to 55, and that would make a difference as well. If it's going to keep going more damage, yeah. Right now, the Druid is either too strong or the Wizard needs to come up. I'm going to say the Druid's probably too strong. Druid DD spells right now being more efficient is absolutely a big blunder, and they should not have done that. So they missed the mark on that one. Absolutely missed the mark on that one. Which, easily testable, guys. This is like, this is middle school math here. Middle school math. Not complaining, just watching timer. Yeah, it takes longer to solo. So it will take longer to solo because they increase the TTK of monsters. From level 10 to 50, the health pool on monsters went up significantly, quote unquote. They didn't give us a number. We have no idea by how much. So yes, your solo ability for a monster is definitely going to go higher. Put it down in an Excel spreadsheet, easier to track. Yeah, I could, but I didn't do track it. I just wanted to. Are you able to increase the amount you're able to zoom out on your character in third person? This is it. This is max zoom right here. So you can zoom in and out. That's it. But you can't increase it more than this. You cannot increase it more than this. Legit. There might be a way to manipulate it by going in and I don't know, maybe, but yeah, like manipulate some INI file or something. I have no idea, but you're not supposed to do that. So no. They reduced lightning surge spell cost. Thanks, baby Jesus. 2.5 second cast for the interrupt. Wait, I wanted to check that too. So the interrupt spells. Where's my lightning spells? Lightning surge, flash of lightning, 1.6. They reduced the cast time on these. That's good. 1.6, 54 mana cost. I don't remember what the mana cost was before, but yeah, 1.6 seconds. That's good. They still didn't change these. All these icons are wrong. But here's what I was talking about earlier. It's better to actually put on a low level, like flash of this one, right? How do I explain this? So when you're in an XP group, you want to put on this spell to interrupt monsters because it's going to be your cheapest way to interrupt their spell casting. But then when you're trying to do damage, you want to put on your highest damage, most efficient, highest damage spell. So like I feel like they need to look at that. They really, really need to look at that because right now there's almost zero use. Actually, I'm going to say there is absolutely no reason ever to use any of these other flash of lightning spells, right? Flash of lightning, greater flash of lightning, exceptional flash of lightning. Zero reason to use those throughout the entire game. You never need to even buy these because the amount of damage that they do for the mana cost is not worth it. The only reason you would cast this spell over another spell that's more mana efficient is for the interrupt. So you might as well use the cheapest version of it. Just saying, I'm not like a huge min-maxer, but anybody I would say would want to do that. So I feel like they need to consider that fact, and I don't think they have considered that fact. Maybe they have. I could be wrong again, but yeah, consider that, guys. If you haven't, please, devs, consider that. Why wouldn't druids be able to heal and nuke better than a wizard? Why wouldn't they? Okay, how about this then? If a druid can nuke better than a wizard, then why don't we give wizards healing spells? Why should wizards not have healing? That's the argument. That's literally the argument. If a druid can do both things really well, what's the point in playing a wizard? Why would you play a wizard? Right? /sarcasm. Okay, I get you. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't really like read this /s. I just read the question. I don't know. Anyway, yes. Sorry, I missed. What was the issue with the druid spells? Druid spells are more mana efficient than wizard spells currently. That is bad. Makes sense. I heal more. It's closer to the mark. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't for that. Yeah, I'd like to see them reduce druid direct damage slightly and give that damage back to dots. Yeah, you could give it to dots, sure, but I still think that the amount of damage that a druid does should never exceed. It absolutely should not exceed a wizard's damage, ever. Like that's just silly mechanics and shouldn't do that. The devs have said that they need to adjust it, and they're going to have to adjust it. They just kind of changed it and said, here, we're going to get the data. But come on, how much data do you need? Do you really need people to play the game and show you, like that very simple test that I just did to show you? That should not be the case, in my opinion. Devs should have been able to test that internally and know that those numbers are not going to work, and then adjusted them again. In my opinion, like that, they really should have adjusted them again before putting them in. But we'll see how long. Math is hard. It's not that hard. Come on. This is some like middle school level math. Maybe even, I don't know. I think a smart elementary school kid could probably do this math. Don't let them rage bait you. Yeah, I'm not gonna let them rage bait me, but I just want to make sure people understand like how this works. This is the kind of stuff where the devs do things sometimes, and I'm like, come on, right? Come on. Why did we not check the math before we sent it out to beta? It's not hard math. Anyway, I've beaten that one into the ground. We don't need to talk about it anymore. The devs hopefully will fix it soon in the next few days. It shouldn't be a hard fix. How do glyphs work into all of it? Glyphs work right now into all of it terribly, in my opinion. So the thing is about glyphs, if I wanted to use a glyph, one thing that they did is made it to where I can use my glyphs while moving, right? So I can use my glyphs while moving. When I actually want to cast the spell, though, I do have to stop and hit the catalyst to cast the spell. So good change there. I like that. That's awesome. The problem is with the glyphs is casting a spell through glyphs does not reduce the cast time of the spell. However, it does require you to use the glyphs, which casting these 3 glyphs plus using the catalyst adds at least 1 second, not accounting for how quickly you can push them, latency, all of that kind of stuff. Not accounting for any of that, it adds like 1 second to your cast time automatically, and it doesn't take that away from the casting of the spell. So overall, it's worse. Overall, it's just worse. I don't know why they didn't make that change. They said they were going to make that change. Literally, I can show you the quote from Jahar saying that was going to be a thing, and it's not a thing. I wonder if they kind of already knew the numbers were off. Well, they did, Aaron. They literally did. Like, they said it right. Whoop. Hang on. I can show it to you because that one's right here. They said somewhere in here, right? Somewhere in here. We made improvements to this. Druid, along with a few other classes, will be getting bonus damage. We wanted to hold off on adjusting any Druid spells until the Wisdom change rolls out and we get a bit of play data. We will then be keeping an eye on Druid feedback. Do plan to revisit the class to address any concerns. So they did say that right here, and I acknowledge that fact. However, maybe they should have made a few adjustments. Like, it was such a fast test. That took me, 30 seconds to test? I mean, come on. It's not a hard thing to test. But we are on a beta game. You know, we are the testers. But that was a rather easy one to test. So right now, Druids are the best magical DPS in the game, and can heal, and have Speed of the Wild, and have other buffs and teleports, and yeah, you see, there's a problem there, guys. There's a big problem there. So make your Druids now, level them up fast. Use this time to... What the heck? Was that an NPC or is that a player that just climbed this wall? The heck was that pathing? Did you guys see that? And Charm Beast. Yes, and Charm Beast. I mean, come on. Druids right now are probably the most powerful class in the game, currently. Is this guy named Gallows Crane? I don't want to kill him because I don't want to ruin my faction with these since I'm trying to get herbs. What classes have interesting non-combat utility abilities? Wizard has some, like they've got their teleports. They have a mage light spell that they can cast. They have some other things, I guess. I hope they fix the recharge item ability. Like, I don't know how they updated the wizard and didn't fix that ability, but they left the ability in the game. The recharge item, this right here. What the heck is it? Where did it go? Right here. This right here. It says recharge an item, restoring all charges to an additional effects. Like, it doesn't work. So, like, I don't understand why they left that in the game when they did a revamp. I don't get it. Ain't that how druids always go in these games? Sometimes. Sometimes. I thought the glyphs can be used to increase damage and efficiency. It's not the case. No, glyphs literally do nothing except for allow you to cast additional spells that are not on your ability bar. That is the only benefit right now to the glyph system, is access to more spells. That's it. And eventually someone will probably figure out, okay, what spells do I need on my bar, or what spells do I not need on my bar? Which glyphs do I need to cast the spells that are important? Stuff like that. Somebody will eventually figure it out, and they're going to min-max the heck out of it. And they might only use like Mun and Hill and Spell Catalyst. You know, they might do something like that. I don't know. I haven't looked at it closely enough for that. Light is a big feature in this game. It is a big feature. However, the Mage Light spell kind of sucks. Like, you can just buy a lamp and buy some lantern fuel. Like, get a lantern, get lantern fuel. You have a Mage Light. Why? Like, what does the Mage Light do for you that a lantern doesn't do for anybody? Nothing. Literally nothing. So, the spell doesn't really need to exist. I don't know. Save a couple silver on fuel. That's kind of all it does. How far did I get my Spellblade yesterday? Only level 9. But Summon Mage Light, I believe, does this cost something? Yeah, it does cost a reagent of Mage Light Core. How much does a Mage Light Core cost? So I don't even know if it saves you 2 silver. Does it even save you the 2 silver? Like, Mage Light Core I don't think is 2 silver, but it might be like 1 silver or something. I have no idea. Good morning. Happy birthday. Thank you so much, Pity. I appreciate it, bud. Don't get me wrong. I love the abilities and the versatility, but I do want things balanced and fair. Absolutely, Vor. Yeah. Like, the versatility of the Druid should be the draw to the Druid, not the efficiency of the Druid spells. Like, Druid heals and Druid nukes should not be as efficient. Like, a Druid heal should not be as efficient as a Cleric heal. And a Druid nuke should not be as efficient as a Wizard nuke. Currently, Druid nukes are more efficient than Wizard nukes. And those 2 classes have just recently been revamped. So, like, that's what feels kind of bad, is it's like I feel like they didn't even consider that. They did consider it. They looked at it. They clearly just didn't change it to see how it felt in game. And they need to do that. Right? They absolutely need to do that. I feel like they should have considered that before putting it into the game. But that's just my opinion. How is the ability supposed to work? I saw an enchanter had it too. I don't know how it's supposed to work. I tried a lot of different things, and I've never been able to get it to work. My guess is if you take recharge ability or recharge item like this, right? Okay, so I'm going to put the spell on. Let's see what happens if I try to cast it. I cast it, and it casts the spell, right? Now, does it give me... It doesn't give me any type of cursor. So, like, when I use, let's say... I don't have any on me right now. But when you use, like, a sharpening stone, you click on it, it activates it, and it makes your cursor glitter a little bit with, like, some particle effects. And then you click on the item that you want to activate with the sharpening stone. I would imagine that's what a recharge item should do. You cast the spell, it casts, and then it activates like a little glitter thing, and then you target the item that you want to recharge that item. Or maybe hold it on your cursor, then cast the spell. I don't know. I don't know what their plan is with it, but it doesn't work. Like, I've never been able to get it to work, and I don't know anybody that has been able to get it to work. But there are items in the game that do have charges, so... Get an item that has charges and then try to recharge it. See if you can do it. I cannot do it. I've not figured it out. Should make a bit better than the lantern, to be honest. You think they should make the Mage Light a bit better than the lantern? I'm pretty sure that the Mage Light is less than the lantern is. Like, it's not as good, but I don't know. Light-wise. They need to force darkness and remove extreme gamma. I disagree with that 100%. The hiding names in darkness is a great idea. I like the hiding of the names in darkness. I think that's cool. Like, at night, you can't see the names until you get closer to them. Like, that's a cool feature. I feel like the darkness in the game, though, is a bit too dark. But to the devs' defense on this one, they are adding in a calibration setting when you first launch the game. They're going to be adding in a calibration setting so that you can calibrate your screen the way that it is intended by the devs, so that they know how light or dark your screen is for your situation. Because you might be in a lighter room or a darker room. You might have a monitor that is automatically lighter or darker than what's intended, etc. So they need to have that calibration in the beginning so that you can calibrate properly if they want to utilize light and darkness properly. Otherwise, people are just going to adjust their screens whatever's comfortable for them, right? Which is going to be different for different people. And that's another thing they need to consider. Like, this isn't Resident Evil. This isn't Silent Hill, some scary game where, things are jumping out of the darkness at you. Like, that's just, it's a different game to me. 22 copper each. So 22 copper on the mage core thing. That's kind of a staple for the wizard, to be honest. The light spell, yeah. I personally think that light spells shouldn't cost a component, and that you should be able to cast them on a player, and that player now just glows for 10 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever you want to set it to. That player now just glows for that duration. Or be able to cast a light spell on a particular item. I can cast a light spell on my staff, on my shield, on my helmet, and it makes them glow. The idea that you have to carry around a lantern and I just don't like it. But some people will like it. I just don't think it fits this game, right? If this was like a game where lighting really mattered, then sure. But lighting doesn't matter. It's just a nuisance. It's just tedious. It's just annoying. It's unfun. Like, the atmosphere is cool the first time you deal with it. Second time, maybe. But, after playing the game for hours and hours and hours, the atmosphere quickly goes away, and it just becomes a nuisance. Trying to make enchanting powder for the first time and gathering up magic fronds. Does it matter which of the 3 crystallized magic stones I use? Glinting, shading? Yes. Those are going to give you different tiers of magical dust. So, yeah, I don't remember the tiers. Glinting, shining, and clouded. I think clouded is the lower level one. And then glinting, and then shining, and then brilliant or something. I think is the tier system. I could be wrong on that. But yes, the name of it matters. It's going to give you different tiers. I need to go through and do an enchanting video. I do need to do that. I haven't done it. I've been very lazy. I'll be honest. I think a good, simple way to fix light uses for Wizard is let you cast it on allies or locations if you want. Yes, that's what I think. Yeah, cast it on allies, cast it on items directly. That is a better, like the light spell in D&D, This person now glows with light. This shield now glows with light. Whatever. D&D light spell, I think, is the way to go. So yeah. I have flare, and lighting feels awesome with it. The Underdark areas. Yeah, the flare is cool because you can actually place a flare like on the ground, kind of like a torch, right? Also have a video card that doesn't allow super dark areas. That's more your monitored, man. Like, we talked about that yesterday, Westmort. Monitor is more important to lighting than your video card. Way more important. It just puts it in front of you? Wait, the flare just like puts light in front of you? That's it? And you just move around with it? I thought it like, you place it like a torch. I'm talking about gamified darkness, not actually not seeing things. Oh, yeah. They should make darkness look better, not blown out like your screen is right now with gamma 100%. Yes, I agree with that. Like, the game looks 1,000 times better when you do the correct lighting around here. Like, doesn't that look so much better? It looks so much stinking better. And I would love to play the game like this, but at night you can't see a dang thing in front of your face because I have a stream lamp up here. I've got a window over here, so my screen just is not very bright. It makes it very hard to see. I gotta like squint to be able to see anything, so I have to turn up my gamma, and I don't like that. Like, I constantly need to adjust my gamma if I want to get the best play experience. And yeah, I don't know. I just disagree with that. I don't think that you should have to constantly adjust your lighting. It's just weird. It's a bad feature. They need to gamify it, but still not force all of us to use 100. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Like the at night where you can't see the names, things like that. Absolutely. I agree with that. I can launch flare like a catapult far distance away. So in darkness, I can shoot flare in front of the party to light up dark rooms if I'm shooting a flare gun. Okay, and it just like lights it up temporarily, and then the flare goes away. I imagine it hits the ground and it stays there and it burns for a few seconds or minutes, and it lights up the area for a duration. 30 seconds? Yeah. So, yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. So it's like a torch. It's just a 30-second torch, and you just toss it. Yeah, and I think that's good. I like that idea. Oh, whoops. All right, sorry, we're trying to coordinate some stuff in the guild. But yeah, anyway, I'm glad they're making changes. I think these changes are better. I don't understand the numbers that they do sometimes. But hopefully people talk about that, post it on Discord, let them know. That the numbers are off. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there's a dev in here that heard me on my little mini rant about the druid being more mana efficient. But we will see. I really do feel like, though, right now the druid is just going to be super powerful. Amazing healing, amazing damage. Snare. Did they keep their snare, like their in-snare ability? Thank you so much, Nova. I appreciate it, bud. Did they keep their snare abilities? All of those? They did? Okay. So yeah, they've got snare, they've got damage shield, they've got good healing, they've got good direct damage. How is their dot damage? Dot damage should be more efficient than direct damage spells. Worse than before, even after. See, that's another miss, you know. Dot damage should always be more mana efficient. Always. Because it takes longer for the damage to accumulate. You try the single target arcane DD for efficiency? No. Which one are we talking about? The burst of magic. These are right here. Strike your target and those around it. That's this one. That's the arcane. Were you talking about surge? Overwhelm your target with a surge of arcane energy, dealing magic damage and decrease their cast speed. This should not be mana efficient. This should be the most mana efficient spell that they have. This should not. But yeah, we can test it when I go back to town. Because 149 mana and 2.5 second cast time. Yeah, we'll definitely look at that because that should be definitely more mana efficient. You brought me food. Where'd you go? Is it Arby's? Oh my gosh. What is this thing? What are these? Oh, peach turnover. Okay, yeah, I like those. Those are good. I was brought lunch for my birthday. Yay! We're going to have to eat this sandwich. I got an Arby's. Sorry. I got a roast beef sandwich from a company that you don't know of. Because no sponsors. I am not sponsored by a roast beef sandwich company. We don't have the beef or the meats. What do they say? We have the meats or something like that. Ow. What about ice? Ice is less mana efficient for sure. But no, I haven't tested it. It's got to be though. That's good. My problem is now I'm going to get cheese and Arby's sauce in my beard. And I already took a shower. Ruh-roh. Hang on, let me just finish this real quick. Give me a second. Okay. Sandwich is done. Now, the rest of the stuff's easier to eat. Those roast beef sandwiches can be very messy. When you get the beef and cheddar. Be very messy. But I got these, she got these peach, like little peach turnover thing. I don't know what they're called. But it's like a fried peach dessert thing. You guys see that? I don't know if they're any good. Are pretty good. Yeah, we'll test out the different elements, the ice and the arcane, when we get back to town. Whoops. I was trying to type. Oopsie daisies. Happy birthday, nerd. Thanks so much, Helter Smelter. I appreciate it, bud. The heck am I? Oh, okay, I'm here. I know where I am now. Thank you so much, Tungsten. I appreciate it, bud. You tried Spellblade? Yeah, did you like it? I'm still on the fence about Spellblade. I think it's good. I'm still got to get it leveled up a little bit more to be able to get a real feel for it, because I keep hearing that it's a bit clunky to use. So we'll see. Most fun you had playing MnM yet? Nice. Awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Sorry, Guild's asking me about some stuff. I'm giving away a bunch of my these potions that I'm making. Any archers in here? Anybody like the changes to archer or don't like the changes to archer? As soon as I learned I can phase strike after launching arcane spear and hit the mob at the same time the spear hits, and then hit conduit all at the same time, looks like instant instead of casting nukes. Yeah, that's awesome. Absolutely awesome. All right, let me go give a couple of these potions, and then we're going to test out some damaging spells while we're over there. A quick hint, also make sure you have a bath before you sell for the charisma buff. Yeah, I mean, it'll help a little bit. I wouldn't worry about that too much, but it can help. Especially at low level. All right, we're going to give away some of these potions to people. I've got way too many. All right, let me do this real quick. Anyway, let's see what else we can read here. Just been too lazy to play it. Found out for myself, waiting hear how other people feel about it. Yeah, I get you. Are wisdom spell changes for Druid in? Yes, they are. They're in and they are super strong. I'm like Ranger now. Oh, level 5? Okay. Snar's nice. Yeah, the Ranger's going to be changing a lot soon, though. So just get ready for changes to Ranger. They can shoot while moving a good amount, have critical hits, abilities. Biggest downside is obviously the reagents. Yeah. Yeah, that is an issue. Hopefully that won't be too much of an issue in the future. We'll have to see what they do with it. Ranger will keep snares somehow. Yeah, I think Rangers are going to be very similar to that of Archers in like the tools. So they're probably going to have to forage abilities to be able to make traps that are going to snare. That's my guess. But we'll have to see what they actually do with it. Trapper agents are dumb, you think? Yeah, I think some people are going to like it and some aren't. That's very true. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, and then 9. And then I need to grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, let's see. Who am I getting these for? All right, I don't know if anybody else is getting these or not right now. Where's the birthday boy? I don't know. We put him in the dungeon. Oh, he's right there. All right. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm kind of focused. Going back. I'll let people know. Okay. Let's get another Speed of the Wild. Actually, let's go. We'll get another Speed of Wild here in a minute. We wanted to test out the damage numbers on arcane spells, right? So we wanted to test these as well. 46 fire damage 5 times. Holy moly. And somebody's got to explain this one to me. $15 magic damage 5 times. 46 fire damage 5 times. 52 spell. 56 spell. Somebody's got to explain that one to me. I don't know what's going on there. This one's 39, arcane 41. That's got to be wrong. This was just got to be wrong. It must be like 51 damage or something, or I don't know. That can't be right. All right, let's test some of these out though. We need to test Arcane Nova, Surge. Let's test this one. Okay, let's hit Oh, wait. We want to apples to apples comparison here. So let's put on this. We're going to have our 153. Let's nuke this guy. Boom. Oh my gosh, it resisted me. A level 1 mob resisted a level 60. That's just silly. Okay. Calculator. It was 1103. 1103. For 149 mana. Divided by 149 equals. Wow. Wow. That's your most efficient spell right there. Like, they need to look at these again. That's ridiculous. Like, come on, guys. Devs, y'all are blundering hard here. Flash of lightning. This one's definitely not going to be good. Well, I don't think it will be. Let's find out. Flash of lightning did 100 or 605 for 135 mana. Hang on one second. I have to sneeze. All right. Yeah. What did that end up being? Golly. Math is hard. Math is apparently extremely hard for game developers. I don't get it. 605 divided by 135 equals 4.4. Let's try Flash of Ice. I mean, that's going to be... Yeah, that's not going to be great either. So yeah, the best spell in the game for Wizards looks like it's this one right here, which you get at 56. Yeah, this is frustrating me yet again with these devs. Like, come on, get the numbers. Like, think about it. Don't just slap numbers on there and say, you know, there, it's done. Go test it. Like, literally just freaking cast the spells. That's all I'm asking. Trent updated his post. Wait a minute. He updated his post. He says 41 accounts banned. Edit. 41 accounts have been terminated and a greater number suspended. We don't normally talk about moderation on other players' accounts, but this is important. We are testing. If you're doing things that invalidate the test, you will be removed. They're taking this seriously, guys. Like, that's right there. 41 people have been terminated, gone. out and more suspended. I was joking when I was talking about it. I didn't do it, clearly, because I'm still playing. God bless, dude. It's a bad idea. Well, he said in there, like, we normally don't talk about that kind of stuff, but I think they want people to know they're being serious. Like, they're not playing around here. They're not playing around. Bless you, thank you so much. Doesn't the Wizard Deep Dive mention an arcane line of spells focus more on efficiency instead of damage? It does, but it's like the damage efficiency. Why should this spell be nearly twice the efficiency of this spell? Why? Like, that makes zero sense. I mean, why would you use Fireball? I can understand if this one was slightly less efficient. But look, this is a 5-second cast time. This is a 2.5-second cast time. This is, so like, you could cast 2 of these for 1 of these. Right? 2 for 1. So therefore, DPS is still higher for the Arcane Surge than it is for Greater Fireball. Why would you ever cast Greater Fireball? Ever. Like, there's no reason for it. So, like, even, yeah, like you're saying, long-term sustain versus short-term burst. This is still it's more damage. Like, let's go, we'll go see again, but Greater Fireball. Like, it's just silly math, man. Like, this is silly mistakes. These are things that's like, are you even looking at the numbers, or are you just kind of, you know, throwing out some random numbers? Like, it frustrates me, man. It frustrates me, like, super. Like, okay, so let's look at this. This is Greater Fireball. 5-second cast time, 500 mana, 2,000 damage, 2,089 damage. And this one's going to do 1103. This spell is doing 200 more damage for the same cast time. And is more efficient. Zero reason to use the level 60 spell. Come on. Am I taking crazy pills here? This is frustrating, dude. Like, this, bad math is bad math. I mean, like, they would do more damage with the Mark of Magic. 20, well, yeah, 10% more damage with Mark of Magic, but they're both going to do 10% more damage. So it doesn't change anything. Mark of Magic won't change anything. God, I'm getting so frustrated with these devs sometimes. I like that they're fixing things quickly or trying to adjust things quickly, but their numbers are just so off. Like, constantly. Every time they make adjustments, they're just off. That's why I'm afraid that the XP numbers, the XP values are not going to be good. They're just never going to be in favor of a full group. Even if they want it to be in favor of a full group, it just won't be. Because they just don't do the math properly. Are you crazy? Well, yes. I mean, I am, yes. I am a bit crazy. Maybe it's to help get the kill shot. You don't need the kill shot anymore. That doesn't matter. Yeah, kill shot does not matter for wizards anymore. They removed that mechanic. Yeah, we're never going to know the XP values, but I can tell you that the XP values are bad just by playing the game. I can tell you that solo is better. A good solo class or a good duo or trio is better than a full group, period. It just is. And it's been that way for a long time. But I can't give you exact numbers. I can give you exact numbers on these spells. And they're off. They're wrong. They're bad. It's terrible. I don't understand. Man, I was really praising the devs earlier today too. I was praising them, saying, wow, like I'm glad, it's been a couple of days. They're turning around, trying to fix the things, but then their numbers are still bad. They're still way off. And I'm not even comparing the Druid numbers. The Druid numbers are a whole other thing. They said that the Druid numbers were off. But come on, dude. They could easily add that to the game. Why don't they? Wouldn't it be better? I mean, it would help test if they would put in the XP values, yes. It would make it a lot easier to test for us, for sure. I don't know why they don't do it. The XP will never be right, neither in Monster Memory, because they cannot math 100%. Yeah, this is bad, man. Like, I remember going into computer science and game development and stuff when I was in college, and I had to take a lot of math classes. I took a lot of math classes in my business side as well, but I had to take a lot of math classes, and it's like, this math is not mathing. Hope they fix Ranger and Archer itemization. Yeah, we'll see. What should the numbers be to make both spells viable? I don't know, because they're not telling us what they want the numbers to be. Like, they're kind of giving us a very vague around 45 to 60 second TTK for a full group. Okay, cool. But how much health does a mob have? Like, we need to know a lot more information to be able to help them with that. All I can tell them is that their numbers on comparing their spells is off and bad. Like, wizards are the bread and butter spell of a wizard is supposed to be Fireball, right? Like, that is, the most iconic wizard spell. And it is not the best spell to cast for damage. Why? It should be. Like, it should yes, this should be the best spell to cast. Not to mention, this is a level 60 spell. So you get your best damaging spell in the game at level 56. And it also has an additional effect on it of 25%, reducing their cast speed by 25%. The Fireball spells doesn't even do that. And I feel like what's going to end up happening, though, is if I post it on Discord, I say something about it, they're just going to end up nerfing this spell, is what they're going to end up doing. And it's like, well, should you nerf that spell? No, you shouldn't nerf that spell. Because a wizard should be more damage efficient than a druid, and it currently is not. So they need to nerf the druid. They need to buff the Fireball spell. They just need to, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. Do we know if they're splitting XP 6 ways in a full group or 6-person fee? There is a bonus for having more players in your party, yes. There is an XP bonus. The more players you have, the larger the bonus. The problem is the bonus is not nearly big enough. Like, not even remotely close to big enough. Druid level 47, spell Winter's Wrath, level 44, mana cost 110, went to 210. Damage was that, and it went to that. What is the bonus of having an Ember spell applied to the target? Yeah, I don't know. Like, you have to look at all of that too. Like, I don't have a druid to test this stuff with. Like, if somebody wants to give me access to their druid, I will do the math myself and figure it out and post on it. But I need somebody. I would like a level 60 druid to compare this stuff to. because like the druid spells, you have to look at a couple different factors. You have to look at the damage done, the mana cost. You have to look at their wisdom. You also have to look at, do they have that embers dot line on when you cast it. Like I don't know what to say, man. Like I feel like Jahar and Zillith specifically, those are the two that are making these abilities that we know of. Other people are also looking at it. I understand that Ali and Runaf are also looking at it on the balancing side of things. I don't know who's doing the numbers, but I'm very disappointed in them. I can tell you that. I'm extremely disappointed in whoever's doing the numbers. Because like they came in bad, we told them they were bad, they made adjustments, and they're still wrong. They're still bad. Like, come on. And they're far off too, like really far off. Buff druid dots, nerf nukes, balance. I mean, to some extent, depends on how much you buff their dots and stuff. Yes, but I'd agree with that. Wisdom was at 99. Sorry for the late reply. Not at work at the moment. No, you're good. You're good. I mean, I don't expect you guys to instantly, fix this or respond to this stuff. But I don't know, man. I just find it very frustrating. I'm losing faith in the devs being able to like make these adjustments and just look at the math and do the math. Like I don't know. It's just simple. It's not hard math. To me, it's not. But maybe there's another factor that I just don't even know about, right? Maybe there's another factor completely that I am just not aware of. Maybe, fireballs are less resisted. I don't know. But that's the problem, is like, how can we really help if we don't know this other information? I can only look at what I can look at. I get your point. Why do they need to wait for feedback on the numbers instead of crunching the numbers themselves? Exactly. Why do you need data from players to look at those two abilities and see that the numbers are off? Like way off. The efficiency of Exceptional Arcane Surge, the efficiency of this is like 75% higher than the efficiency of Fireball. And the DPS is higher. Efficiency is higher, DPS is higher. Makes 0 sense. 0 sense. I predict it's resist check difference. I mean, so you're saying that this is a magic element. I would think that magic would be less resistant than fire. Right? I would think that more monsters would have higher fire resist than magic resist. So again, it's still off, but I don't know. Like, that's the thing. We don't know what the monster's abilities are, like their monster's stats are. We don't have access to that. So we can only base it off of casting the spell on a monster and seeing how much damage it does. Yeah, some people did. Glade. We talked about it this morning. I kind of jokingly talked about it this morning. And then noticed the post, so Be careful, be careful, be careful. What's the delay after casting Arcane Spell, though, before casting it again? Like, I don't know, not long. Not long enough to matter. Like, we're trying to find a reason here, guys. We're not going to find one. Their math is wrong. You're stretching to try to... You're trying to believe the devs, and it's like sometimes these devs need to just be told, like, hey, you're wrong. Your math is wrong. Fix it. But there might be like here, we can... I shouldn't kill myself. Let's see. Let's see what the delay is. What's that? 1.5 seconds or something? There you go. There's a recast timer for the spell. But still, the mana efficiency is king. It's king for a spellcaster. Mana efficiency over anything else. Because like I'm gonna run out of mana casting my fireball. When I run out of mana casting fireball, my DPS is now 0 for the remainder of the fight. So why would I not use the most efficient spell all the time? Especially if it's equal DPS or close to equal DPS. And not to throw another wrench in this, it's a 2.5 second cast time. So you could theoretically even melee in between casts versus a 5 second cast time, which you can't melee between casts. You're going to be wasting a melee. So I could theoretically be dual wielding 2 weapons, hitting mobs, hit, cast spell, adding more DPS. So the min-maxer is going to be significantly better than somebody that doesn't do the math. Significantly. Like, it's not even going to be remotely close. They may nerf it just out of spite of being told they're bad at math. They might nerf it. They need to do something. Their math is bad. Like, I don't understand who's doing the math over there. But it's been bad kind of across the board. Their AC formula is broken. I mean, it took them until... They still haven't fixed it. They know it's broken and still haven't fixed it. Like, I don't know. It's frustrating, man. Super frustrating. And I know I'm being super harsh, but it's the same thing with Pantheon that I had an issue with Pantheon. It's like I was praising the devs. I'm, super hopeful that they can do these things, and I'm trying to help them out and trying to boost them up and all that kind of stuff. But then, when somebody continues to make a mistake over and over and over and it's the same mistake, at some point you got to be like, okay, what's the problem? Why are we continually making the same mistake? Don't anger the gods. They are not gods. They are just people. You got burned before and it shows. Just remember they're different people. They're different people that are making the same mistakes over and over. So yes, they're different people. I'm not even talking about Pantheon. Pantheon had their own mistakes. I'm done with that game. This team, though, mathematically, I feel like sometimes they're mathematically challenged. Is damage divided by mana divided by cast time the way to determine how much damage you do? No, not necessarily. Depends on what you're trying to calculate. It would yield something like 30 damage per mana per second. I mean, you could do it that way, sure, if you wanted to look at that. First iteration of required recommended level system for items coming next patch. This is from today's AOA's patch notes coming to MnM. MnM devs have talked about that. I don't know if they're going to do it or not. I don't think they know if they're going to do it or not, but they are looking at it. They may add in level requirements. They may not add in level requirements. We don't know is the short answer to that. We don't know. In defense of the MnM devs, they literally just added spells and tweaks the entire class. Balanced numbers is the last thing to do when you add spells. They're more concerned with, does the spell actually work? We know the spell will actually work, but that's the problem, is today's patch was the tweak to the numbers that were off 4 days ago. That's the problem. The patch 4 days ago had bad numbers, and I was upset about that. Then 4 days later, they're like, hey, we heard your constructive feedback about the numbers. We've tweaked the numbers, and they're still bad. They're still like, and they're not even like just a little bit bad, you know? Like I say that the numbers for these two spells, Exceptional Ice Blast and Greater Fireball, okay, those two numbers are, I would say, a little off. Or no, I did Greater Ice Blast. Sorry. I did Greater Ice Blast. These two numbers are a little off. I haven't even tested Exceptional Ice Blast. We'll have to check that one next. But like, that's the problem with it. Why is a lower level spell both more mana efficient and higher DPS, and it has an additional effect on it? Like, these are simple things. I don't understand why anybody would think, hey, those numbers look good. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Are the numbers off across the entire class, or just the level 60 stuff? It depends on what you're looking at. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the Ice Blast spells, the level 40 Ice Blast, well, it's kind of it's weird to explain, but the Ice Blast spells are almost the same efficiency as the Fireball spell. They're so close that they're basically the exact same. But the ice spells have an additional effect to them, which they did say, the devs did say that they're not including that as far as the mana cost or cast time or whatever. But yeah, anyway, it's across the entire class. Like, it's literally across the entire class. It's bad. Like, it's just bad math. And I want to defend the devs, I really do, but when you continue to make bad math decisions, I mean, they're just bad math decisions. What do you want me to do about it? Your math's wrong. Incorrect. Try again. Math's wrong. Incorrect. Try again. Like, how many times can you be told the math is wrong before they finally fix it? And nobody's perfect. I'm not saying anybody should be perfect, but kind of been an ongoing theme. For me, it sounds like they need to rejig their tooling to catch these problems. Problem is, I have no clue. I'm going to try hop on, stream some Druid quad kite testing. See you around. Take care. Have a good one, Helter Smelter. Yeah, I haven't even tested yet the AoE spells. We should probably test those too. I don't know, man. I'm very quickly losing faith in anything they do mathematically. Like, and these are, the thing is that kind of frustrates me, and why I keep talking about it, is because these are easy things to check mathematically. Very easy to check mathematically, right? Now, what about numbers like your melee DPS numbers? That's much more difficult to test because of armor class, because of miss rates, because of the scaling of the damage. Like, it's way more difficult. So, are those correct? It makes me question literally everything in the game is the math right on literally anything in the game if one of the most simple things to test is wrong? So that's kind of where my frustrations come from. You don't think they're really checking it, Isar? They may not be. Like, that's the thing. Are they just throwing numbers out there and then being like, okay, guys, test it. I'm going to throw some more numbers out there. Okay, test it again. Like, I feel like they should be checking their math. Like, check your work. I don't understand. I took a lot of math classes. I was always told to check my work. They're not checking across classes? Well, this isn't even, I'm not even talking about cross classes. I'm just talking about just the wizard right now. The druid being overpowered, they clearly said that the druid spells were not tweaked. They just increased them to see what the data would be. And, you know, like, okay, I'm cool with that. The druid numbers are off. Very easy to test. I don't know why we needed data on the beta server to test that, but sure, cool. I'll take that from them and say, okay, cool. We've tested it now. Go ahead and change the numbers. They're wrong. You just need patience, a lot of it. Well, you know, I can be a patient person, but they set deadlines. You know, that's the problem I'm seeing. They set deadlines for themselves. I didn't set those deadlines. They want the game to be out in early access in October 1st. Okay, cool. Well, if we're spending this much time on 4 classes, are you going to be able to get 18 classes in by October 1st? The answer to that is no, by the way. I've done the math. No, the answer is no. Like, that's the problem. We can't continue just to constantly, okay, let's put this in for 4 days. Are these numbers right? Okay, let's put this in for 4 more days. Are these numbers right? You don't have time for that. You know, don't have time for it. Pantheon did mess with my patience. They absolutely did mess with my patience. Yes. 1000% they mess with my patience. That's why I've gotten away from Pantheon. It was like, nope, no more Pantheon. You know, sometimes I feel like Sean is too nice. He's too nice. You know, he wants to be like, they want to build a game with less hands-on. They want to trust their developers to do what they're supposed to be doing, and doing it correctly. But the problem is, you know, you got to hold people accountable. Somebody's got to hold somebody accountable at some point. Because, you know, if it continues like this, the game's never going to release. People aren't going to get paid, etc. Like, it's just, you got to hold people accountable. You got to have that one guy in your company that is willing for everyone to hate them because they tell it like it is. Or that one person. It doesn't have to be a guy. That one person in your company to be like, look, fix it or you're fired. Like, you got to have somebody doing that. Every company needs it. Just saw the updates. Can Wizard quad kite again? I haven't tested the AoEing stuff yet. We'll check that in a little bit. But I have not looked. But maybe. If you're not paid, there's no accountability. Well, there is still accountability. I've volunteered at places before. There's accountability. If I mess up when I'm volunteering, sure, you know, I don't get in trouble necessarily. Like, it's not like, oh no, like you're terrible. But yeah, like if it's a bad enough screw up and I consistently do it, they're probably going to ask me to not volunteer anymore. That's just a guess. But, you know, I volunteered. Wizards can quad. There you go. Light blues and you burn more mana, which is how it should be. Well, I don't know. We'll have to see. Like, is it more mana efficient? I'll test it out here in a little bit. Like, is it more mana efficient to use AoE to kill 4 mobs than it would be to kill 4 mobs with single target spells? It should be more mana efficient. The next question is, do you have enough mana to kill 4 mobs with AoE spells? Or do you run out of mana before you can kill 4? And at what level, etc. Like that kind of stuff. Like that, you have to factor that in. Anyway, I know I'm ranting a lot, but it's like they need to hear. You know, they got to hear some of this stuff. %, 500 mana, and 6,200 damage if you add it per spell at level 48 to 52. Yeah, I'll check the numbers because I can check them and make sure that all the variables stay the same. Not that I don't trust your numbers. I'm pretty sure your numbers are accurate. But I can check that with the same amount of intelligence, you know, like all that. You got to be able to... You got to make sure that, you know, you're testing equally. How fun is Druid after the rework? Can it DPS? Right now, yes, the Druid numbers are extremely good DPS-wise. Probably should be nerfed. Either they should be nerfed or the Wizard should be buffed. But they're too good DPS-wise right now. The Druid is. How about fun-wise? I don't know. I haven't played it myself. I'm hearing from people. Some people like the seasons, like where you have to rotate through the seasons for different buffs. Some people like that. Some people don't like that. I think that's going to boil down to you personally when you try it and see if you like it or don't like it. I just, you know, some people are going to like that gameplay and some won't. I personally, I don't think I'm going to like that gameplay. I don't like having to work super hard to try to stay in a certain season to be able to, you know, like get benefit from that season or whatever. I don't like that gameplay. You're staring at like buffs. Like you would look up here and you have to stare at your buff to see how many stacks you have of different things. You're not really playing the game anymore. To me, you're just watching buffs. You're watching numbers rather than actually playing the game. You think Wizard needs buffed? Probably. Like, I don't know. It might need buffed. Vor. Wizard was fun. Yeah. Wizard was fun, and then they ruined it. Now, Wizard was way too strong. Quad kite-wise, Wizard was way too strong. 1 SK and 5 Druids is the meta. I mean, honestly, it's probably a pretty solid group. Druid could be fun right now. Could change. Druid, yeah, right now I think that Druids are going to find it super fun, and they're going to end up getting nerfed. And then people are going to be complaining, why'd you nerf the Druid? They were actually good. And it's like, well, when you are doing more DPS than a Wizard as a Druid, there's a problem. Do you like DAOC? I liked it a little bit when I first played it. I'm not a big PvPer, but that's one thing I liked about DAOC is that the PvP in that game was realm versus realm PvP, so I actually did enjoy that some. But yeah, I didn't play it a ton. I played it a little bit. I'm going to watch your YouTube video. You on YouTube video about seasons because I think you made a Druid video. I made a video for the overview, but I have not played a Druid personally yet to see how all of that works. So I just kind of gave my thoughts on it based on the patch notes. But yeah, if you want to watch that, you get my thoughts on the Druid there. Also, do you know any streamer who plays Druid or something or see it in action? No, I think Helter Smelter just said he's going to try out some stuff. He might be streaming it. I don't know. But he might. But no, I don't really know of people that main a Druid. Swartz started the Druid yesterday. There you go. You can see what Swartz is doing. If he's just started it yesterday, he's probably not going to be high enough level to really evaluate it, but he could probably give you a better idea of how it works and if he likes it. But again, it's going to be one of those things you're going to have to try it. The season system is one that you're going to have to actually try it to see. I may have to like actually power level some characters just so I can try out all these new things and give you guys my feedback on them. But that's going to be a problem. Like, it's going to be very difficult to try all these different characters because it takes so long to level. You know, I can't put 400, what is that? 400 times 18 characters or classes. So 400 hours minimum in a full group. That's a lot of time. I would like to have a single window icon. That would be nice. That would help out a lot. Is having some sort of way to see what your different buffs are, and much easier than having to track them down in your actual buff window up here. So they need to add a UI feature to really, like, they need to add a UI feature specific to druids if they're going to do this season system. I have the opinion that on high delay weapons, as well as the minimum damage on abilities that require weapon percentages need a fix. Quite possibly. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder how the PvP server feels right now. Wizard, Druid, probably one-shotting people. Maybe. The Wizard's probably not one-shotting people. Like that, the most damage I can do on the Wizard is about 2,000. If I had more intelligence, you know, of course it would go up. But it depends on a few factors. Wish I could try. Still no key. Yeah, it's a tough situation. I'm quadding the Plague Drakes, level 38, just fine. There you go. Yeah, and those are level 36, so they're dark blue. That's good. Well, so in PvE, you have to also remember PvP reduces damage by about 40%. Well, it's like 25 to 40% depending on level. So for me, I would be reducing that damage by about 40%. So I would take that 2,000 damage down. If I'm reducing it by 40%, that'd be 800 off. So 1,200 damage is what I would do to myself. So not necessarily one-shotting, but pretty close. Resnaring when they're about 20 to 25%, running the campfire, using arcane invocation, and then finishing them. So you do have to use invocation to be able to do it. That changes things, Pity. Like that definitely changes things. If you have to use that arcane invocation every fight to finish them off, then that's tough. Merked coming with the sub. Thank you so much, Merked. I appreciate it, bud. You don't have to? Okay, if you don't have to, I think that you should be able to, for a quad kite, you should be able to finish 4 mobs with very little mana left for an average, like, normally geared player. Like, that's what I think you should be able to do. Yeah, 10-minute pulls would be rough. That'd be rough. I mean, 10 minutes for 4 kills, may not be that bad. You got to think about other classes, you know, doing 2 minutes per kill or so. Like, are they doing like a 2.5 minute kill? It's possible. But then they're also going to have downtime, so you have to remember that too, right? So you're talking about a 10-minute kill plus downtime. So you're killing 4 mobs in 10 minutes, then well, I guess that would be the downtime, so that would be factored into that. Because you have to wait for that ability to come back up, which is enough time to get your mana back up. If I kite and volley, reclaim over and over, I do, but the position... I need to test that out, too. We need to check and see if you AoE... if you AoE and reclaim, how much do you reclaim? You only have 80 int? Yeah, that'll definitely help. But you're only level 38. So 80 int at level 38 is probably about right. Shaman damage is probably busted now. A 60 shaman said they can do 667 damage per tick with dots. That's ridiculous. We can ask Isar. He's got a shaman. Or I can log in as shaman if he's not playing it. But yeah, those numbers need to be tweaked. They overtuned the number. Well, I don't know. Did they overtune the numbers? Who knows? But yeah, if you're doing 667 damage per tick on a shaman, yeah, that's insane damage. That's absolutely nuts. That's, you know, every 6 seconds after you get the dot on. Like, you need to compare that to a necromancer. Necromancer dots, in my opinion, should be doing more damage per tick than a shaman or a druid. Druid dots are still weak because they nerfed them with the class changes. Shaman dots haven't been reworked, so now have to do crazy damage with scaling. Yeah, it's going to feel bad. If they made it the same scaling for wisdom as int, it's going to be nuts. And they probably did. I would imagine they did. I did on Cultist and Glass Flats at 55. Is load up as many stacks while pulling as possible. Group up, Arcane Shackle, Reclaim, go back to full mana. Nuke 4 times. Reclaim, nuke death. Okay. Was able to stay around a quarter mana. Yeah, that's pretty good. What I need to do is go and test out the AoE stuff. Let me see how many of these I have. 20, 40, 64. I need a lot more of this int tongue. I don't have time though. I don't have a whole lot of time left today. Let's go check up here for this int tongue. Let's go check out quad kiting briefly and see how the numbers look for quad kiting. My guess is they're not going to be great, but we'll see. Okay. So let's go. I tried my 20, died and de-leveled, and you logged off immediately. That's awful. Okay, so what's the most mana efficient AoE nuke? Probably this one. Arcane Burst. Strike your target and those around it, dealing 900 damage and decrease. Probably this one. That's got to be it. Lightning Surge is going to be less. Actually, wait a minute. Oh, no, that's a single target. Burst of Lightning is 700 damage. Looks like this one's going to be the best. Nova spells, but that's too close. Yeah, you don't want to use Nova spells. Arcane is best. Well, Arcane is this right here, right? Burst of Magic. The AoE Reclaim. I'm curious how that's going to work, yeah. Like, if I get back 400 mana, I want to test that out. 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 It stacks. Broken. They need to fix that. So we would need to do, let's see, reclaim. Yeah, that's going to be broken. Again, something they probably should have thought of. So you're getting back 30 mana per, and it stacks up to, you can get 4 mobs. If that works that way, that's going to be 20 stacks at 30 mana per. Right? AoE cost of the spell, the cost of this went up. This is free. 1 second cast time, cooldown 5 seconds. That's free. So what we could do is find, like, what's the cheapest AoE spell? So we could do Surge of Lightning Surge. Oh, no, not this one. Well, we could do Burst of Magic. It's probably going to be this one. It's 131 mana. But it's only going to do 63 damage to the mobs. But if you do that 5 times and then reclaim, and then 5 times and reclaim, do you not have unlimited mana at that point? Like at higher level? Seems like you would. Let's see if anybody's over here actually doing these. Oh, good. See anybody down here? Well, what do you know? Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this. Let's get... I wanted to test these out too. We have this one, and we have Exceptional Arcane Volley, which the tooltip reads incorrectly on this one. Holy moly, there's a lot of skeletons over here. All right, let's see. So those are doing 77 damage each. That's... Oh, shoot, I forgot my blink spell. Ew, boy. That's not good. That's okay, though. We'll figure it out without blink. You go OM after 5 casts. Oh, shoot. Wait a minute. Hang on. Gotta add this in. Okay, so snare. We got them all snared. Good. So we're going to do Exceptional Burst of Magic. That's doing 1,600 damage each. Two. Arcane Disruption wore off. Okay, that's fine. 3. Four. Now I'm out of mana, so let's do Reclaim. Reclaim gave me nothing. Wait, did it cast? Reclaim gave me no mana. Oh, because I don't have the buff. Okay. I'll check that here in a second. How much mana do I have? 500. Hang on a second. How much does this need? 568. Okay. Yeah, I don't have my buffs up. I definitely should have done that. We'll fix that here in a second. Let's get rid of these glyphs. I need Sorceress Mind, Arcane Invocation, We want to test those two here in a second. What else do I need? What other buffs did we have? Because they kind of combined everything into Sorcerous Mind, right? Well, I'll put Blink in there in a second. Druids would never come close to wizard damage? Yeah, they will. They currently do. We're not talking about damage per nuke. You got to talk about damage per DPS. All right. Let me sit down. Let's med up again. Seal of Magic. Yes, that's the other one that I need. Seal of Magic. Seal of Magic 3, Arcane Spell Shield. And that's it now, right? Is this those? I think that's it. It doesn't. It does, based on the math that we just did earlier. It's the efficiency. Look at the mana. Mana to damage ratio is what you have to look at. If you're not looking at that, you're not looking at the right thing. Because when you run out of mana, you do 0 damage. So it doesn't matter how much damage per nuke a wizard does. Once they're out of mana, it's 0 damage from that point forward. So if you use a more mana efficient spell, means you can do more damage over time. And the mana efficiency of a druid spell right now is higher than that of most wizard spells. Good use prior to Blink Snare. So we did what? The Arcane Fire Volley, that was doing 77, right? Because this is saying it's doing 15 magic damage, and this is saying it's doing 46 magic damage. Let me put Blink in here, though. Yeah, I don't know why, like, this is... I don't understand this versus this. It's got to be a typo here. 55 mana cost. This one's level 56. This one's 55 mana cost, level 52. But then the typo has got to be different. The damage has got to be different. Do you have or using anything that would equal to us casting dots as well? No. Well, kind of. The AoE spells, like the AoE, you have like the, which I don't really know how they work. That's another thing we need to test out is the Ice Storm. These spells, these are technically dots, but it calls forth an Ice Storm dealing 51 cold damage to targets within the affected area every 6 seconds. But I don't know the duration on that. And I don't know if it moves with them either. We need to test that. Here, let's just... We'll do it with this one real quick. All right, well, I'm going to test this out real quick. Ice Storm. Yeah, see, it moves. No, it doesn't move with them. Okay, it stays back there. So, yeah, that would not be a good one unless they're not moving. And it also aggroed additional mobs, so that's not good. That duration seems to last for a while, though. Oh, there it goes. So I don't know what that duration was. hang on. So yeah, the Ice Storm spells, these spells they're not that great. That was 30 seconds, so it'd be 5 ticks. So only 100 and something. Like, that's just very mana inefficient. These are terrible spells. Like, that's an awful, awful spell. I wouldn't use that. Then they put some casters in slime? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be mana efficient, though. That's the problem. Like, they might be meant for sustained damage or in a group or whatever, but I don't think they're going to be very mana efficient. So, like, I don't necessarily think you should cast those spells. Okay, so now we're going to be able to reclaim. We're going to try another quad kite, and we're going to try to reclaim. When marks are reclaimed, the spell also empowers the group with arcane acceleration, increasing their cast speed by 10%. So we'll try that next. You're going to use a normal fight. We do dots with our DD. Yeah, I don't think you should use it. Like, it doesn't seem... It did... That one... I mean, we have to check to see what, like, the Greater Ice Storm does. But this one was 314 mana. It was 23 damage, but it actually did, like, 80-something damage per tick. So we have to see if it's going to do enough damage. If it's not moving, maybe? I honestly don't know. And we're going to try this Exceptional Arcane Volley, which says it does 15 damage. It should do more than that. Because the other one says it is 47 damage, so it's probably just a typo. I'm hoping it's a typo. All right, get all of our mana here. All right, that should be good. We're close. Let's get... I really don't want to deal with beetles. Beetles are a pain in the butt. But I think we're going to have to deal with one. Whatever, we'll just get these. Okay, so that's 72 mana for those. Let's try this out. All right, snared them all. That's good. Did they increase the mana cost of this? 70 mana? No, they did not increase the mana cost of that. That's good to know. All right, let's try to get this going here. So one cast of this. Come over here. One cast of this. Now we got 2 marks of magic, 3 marks of magic. Oh boy, lag spike. 4 marks of magic. It's actually only 3. That's 5 on that one, but the other ones should be 4 because I hit that one with the thing, so. Let's do one more. Boom. And then we should be able to do a reclaim. And we got back... You already have a more powerful effect. Okay. Did I gain any magic on these? Or any damage? Or, I don't think I gained any mana back. I gained 100 mana back. So they didn't change the numbers on that. That feels bad. They increased the cost of this by 5. And this is not giving me 30 mana back. It's still giving me 20 per stack. That's frustrating. Why? Like... I don't get it, dude. I don't get it. I want to look at this, though. That's giving me 72 mana per, and this one is going to give me... Let's see. $81, $83, $84. That's 5 stacks. Reclaim magic gives me... Oh, I didn't actually see how much that gave me. Wasn't paying attention. Five stacks. I have 773. Reclaim. Whoops. Dang it. Reclaim. Yep, getting 100 back. So they did not fix that. I don't even know what to say, man. I really don't know what to say about these devs. Another 2,000 invites went out. That's good. I just don't understand like how they say that they make changes and they just don't come in. They don't make it. Those changes didn't happen. But I'm not getting... I don't feel like I'm getting all that mana. So even with the reclaim, though, the AoE reclaim, I should be getting 400 mana back. Did I get 400 mana back with that? I also want to check something else out. Let me do that real quickly. If you use the arcane, the rain spell, one of these storm spells, does it stack up marks? Oop, I lost my speed of the wild. Okay. So they took damage once. Do I take damage by going into this? Took damage twice. Okay, that is not stacking up arcane at all. So that's not good. Maybe try to volley multiples, then AoE 1, absorb check. Yeah, we'll try a couple different things, but I'm trying one thing at a time. I want to keep it consistent. I may as well not even camp here. Let me go get Speed of the Wild again. It just makes it easier. I'm gonna log back in, and this thing's gonna be instantly be aggroed on me anyway. Yep. The CNV mask is still broken. Use your connections to get it fixed. Dude, I can't get anything fixed. I don't think the devs even listen to me anymore. Because some of these things, like, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Recast time and duration of the mask is switched. Oh, jeez. All I can say is post it on Discord and hope they see it. I don't know, man. Frustrated. You know, I don't expect perfection by any means, but some of these numbers are just like, what? Wizard just felt bad to me. Now I don't know. I guess I need to give it more of a chance, but I swapped to Archer, which feels insane. Yeah, Archer I'm hearing is really good at the moment. Like really, really good. Druids should be less total DPS than Wizards, since they are primarily a healer, jack of all trades. Wizard are specialized damage class. Druid brings different value to a group and are primarily still a healer, though they have lots of utility and can be respectable damage. The margin between top tier DPS and other classes shouldn't be huge, and there should be good reasons to include Wizard in a DPS role in your group when you consider the total value they bring. Where did he post that? Because currently that is not the case. Is that based on people saying that the Wizard is, or the Druid is too good? Because damage spells for each class are scaled differently. That will cover and just how much damage could be. Because healers are more versatile, all the healer have nuke spells, but Wizard does not have heals because Wizard is more focused on the job. If Wizard had heals, okay. Right here, so it's one of these. We'll see if that stays with the upcoming Tombing Pass. That one is unintentional and would rather not be taking up. We're planning on druids relying more heavily on dots for sustained damage and tossing in a nuke every so often. For burst damage, well, that's not going to happen currently with the current numbers. Yeah, see, this is one of the things right here that frustrates me. Currently, we do not have a way to not clear glyphs when you fizzle. We're looking into it. Like this right here, I feel like should have been resolved before they put in the glyph system. So like if you fizzle, it doesn't clear the glyph, you still have to cast them again. Like that just feels bad. They're always supposed to be an option. If you're taking up 5 slots in your bar, it doesn't seem like a good trade-off. For you, that's entirely fair to skip them. Right now, it's better to skip them, I think, just altogether. Spell bar space is always blah, blah, blah. Okay. But yeah, anyway, the point that you're making, though, with that, whatever that is that you're talking about, Druids should do less DPS than Wizards. But... And they might do less DPS than Wizards, but if they're more efficient than Wizards, that's also a problem. Those are two separate issues, but they both need to be looked at equally. A Wizard, damage-wise, should be both more efficient and more damage per second than a Druid. So, like, if they're just looking at the DPS numbers, then they're looking at only half of the problem. So they need to resolve that. Archer feels like the dev played it? Maybe. I'm not confusing anything when I'm talking about Ada. Like, damage... I'm not confusing mana efficiency and damage interchangeable. I don't even know what you mean by damage interchangeable. I don't understand what that means. So yes, I am confusing whatever that means with whatever you're saying. Absolutely, because I don't know what it means. Mana efficiency with damage. No, I'm not. I literally am talking about those. I'm not confusing those two things. I know exactly what those two things are. If I can do if I do 1 damage per mana, okay? Right there, I've got 3,015 mana. If I can do 1 nuke and it does 1 damage per mana, it does 3,000 damage. It does the most damage in 1 spell. Cool. Great. That means the wizard is the most DPS, right? Damage per second. If this is a 5-second cast time, it does approximately 600 damage per second with that spell. But then it's completely out of mana, meaning it cannot do any more damage after that. So 0 damage after that. Now, if a druid is doing, let's say, 1,000 damage per nuke, right? And they have to cast that nuke 3 times to get the same amount of damage, they're doing less DPS. But they can continue to cast that nuke 3, 4, 5, 6 more times. So over the course of 1 minute, which is a normal fight, a druid would be out DPSing the wizard, right? So let's say it's 5 seconds per cast and it's a 60-second fight, means I can cast 12 spells in that amount of time. Do I have enough mana to cast 12 spells in that amount of time? It doesn't matter what the damage is, because if I run out of mana, I get 0 damage from that point forward. So the more efficient spell comes out on top after 60 seconds. That's what we're talking about. And it's a very big factor. It's a huge factor in a game like this. Huge. Slower spells favor efficiency over burst damage. They do, yeah. Realistically, wizards should have options to do high burst, low efficiency, or high efficiency, low burst. Yes, they should, and they currently kind of do, but yeah. Would a level 17 druid out DPS a 25 ranger? I don't know. We'd have to look. Just hand the wizard a bow. Problem solved. Yeah. Mana efficiency is king in this game. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I can do 10,000 damage in one nuke. If it takes all of my mana to do that, and I can no longer do any more damage, that's bad for a wizard. It's very bad. So like you have to factor that in. You have to look at mana efficiency as a factor. It is a requirement. And if you're not looking at that, then you're not doing it properly. You're not looking at the stuff properly. All right, we're going to try one more quad kite because I want to try to get... Is it Arcane Surge? Is this the one? It is not this one. Shoot. Yeah, we need AoE, Burst of Magic, Exceptional Burst of Magic, those around it. Okay, so we're going to do this one, and then we're going to do... Oh, that's already up here. And then we got Reclaim, Exceptional Volley. I need Blink. Blink is 5. All right. I feel like there's a lot more mobs down here now. Weird. Okay, so Arcane Bonds. Got all 4 of them. Why did that bat get so far? Two, 3. 4. So if we do 5, okay, let's see how much mana we have. After 5, we have 183 mana right now. We should do a Reclaim. And we do gain 400 mana from that. And then we finish it off. Boom. Finished. Done. So yeah, you can still quad kite. These are level 50. I'm level 60. I'm not super geared, but I'm fairly geared. So there you go. So you can absolutely quad kite. Then I would do like Arcane Invocation, get the mana back. You could probably even... My next question is this, though. Like, if we can do that, can I do Burst of Magic? It's 131 mana for 63 damage. That's probably not gonna... No, because I'd have to cast that 5 times, so that wouldn't work. So, yeah. I'll say unless you say stay in Winter, you cannot use Winter's Wrath. Well, yeah, but even still, like with Winter, staying as 100% focused druid in damaging druid should not be as good as a wizard nuking, period. Because the druid can still cast a heal spell whenever they want to. It may not be the most efficient heal spell, but they can. They have the ability to heal. They have the ability to snare. They have the ability to damage shield. They have regen spells. They have Speed of the Wild. They have a lot of other things that they can do as well as direct damage. If they can do as much damage as a wizard, that's a problem. But now we want to look at efficiency, mana efficiency on these. So this is doing... because that's the other thing I wanted to look at. Calculator. This is doing 1,623 damage times 4 divided by 560 equals. That's doing 11.4 mana efficiency for those spells. So that's pretty good. So I feel like the quad kiting is about where it should be. It took my entire mana bar to kill those mobs. Now I'm wondering if I'm quad kiting, is it more efficient since it lasts for 60 seconds now? Is it more efficient to stack up the Arcane Volley to do this on each one of the 4 mobs? That would be 200 mana. And then do... like, I don't know. I don't know. Not saying these things make a difference. I'm not disagreeing with you. Just throwing the information at you. Yeah, I get where you're coming from with it, and I mean it should be factored in for sure. But what is Arcane Nova? Its damage to mana ratio. This is probably better. I wonder what the range is on that. 10 meters. So I wonder if you can hit... I wonder if you can hit mobs with this. Yeah, I don't know. Lightning Nova 5260. Why do internal testing when Crit will do it for free? I mean, yeah, it's true. How long did it take you to get to 60 on my wizard? It took me about 200 hours. That was with the previous quad kiting, the way you could quad kite previously, which is arguably the same now that with these changes. Because you get Burst of Magic. You start this at level 12. Depends on how mana efficient, because this is not very mana efficient. So I don't know that you're going to be quad kiting at that low level. Checking it at the higher level, this still works. But it was definitely easier before. So it would probably take you a little bit longer now. Well, I mean, it'd probably take you about the same now. I did a lot of stuff where I wasn't even XPing. So I probably could have done it in about 150 hours previously. And this time around, now it would probably take me about 200 hours. Is there a secondary effect argument you could make on wizard mana efficiency? Druids have mana regen on seasons now. I'm not familiar with druids. I'm wondering if devs are thinking secondary effects. So you're talking about... Well, I mean, so wizards have this, which is... increase their mana regeneration by 10. So they always have this buff, whereas druids only get it depending if they're in autumn or spring. So they're only going to get their mana based on autumn or spring. But a druid trying to like quad kite or do a lot of damage is going to be sitting in winter to do most of their damage. So they're not going to be getting the mana regen at the same time, if that's what you mean. Just got here. How are the wizard changes feeling this patch? Some good, some bad. Their mana efficiency for AoE quad kiting is definitely better. It's not what it used to be, which is good. It should have been less than that. But it's not as bad as they made it the other day. But their direct damage spells feel off. They just feel bad. If we go into spring, you lose Winter's Wrath. The Sun DD line is less damage. Exactly. Yeah. So you would want to stay in winter as a direct damage druid to get your most efficient mana or most efficient spells, which should be factored in, as Vor said, that should be factored in, but it still shouldn't be as efficient. Like, I need to see level 60 druid numbers to really talk about this. But I don't know. My biggest issue right now is... Oh, I meant to do this too. I wanted to test these numbers, see if this was more mana efficient than Fireball as well, because it probably is. Okay, so that's 1,700. 1,715 mana. Or damage. And this will be 2,000. Actually, let me... Oh, no. It's 2131. So 1,715 for exceptional ice. That's this one. Let's go to calculator. You're doing 1,715 divided by 426 equals 4.02. And then yeah, we're kind of testing these based on a little off, but and I think this one was what, 2,000, like 2089 or something divided by 495. So slightly more. I think that was slightly more mana efficient. So yeah, like right now, if you're playing a wizard, you're going to be using this spell all the time. You get that at level 8. It's just better. Even at lower level, I think it's still going to end up being better. Then let's look at a level 8. I don't think I have a level 8 version of the... Because they gave us a level 8 version of this one. Is there a level... This one's level 20. Yeah, there's a level 8 version of this spell now, but I just don't have it because it's new. Is it viable to solo as a wizard in dungeons rather than quad kiting? You can root, nuke, stun, knockback, small space. I mean, you could. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could. I'm assuming you probably still don't have any left since a day has passed. Did you happen to keep any of the +7 int bracers? I have 3 of them in my bank. Pity. Slap a price tag on one? I can give you one. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. If you head to the West Bank, I'll give you one. Well, what else can I test today? I don't know what else I can really test. The wizard is better in some ways, worse in some ways. Yeah, I don't know, man. I wanna like talk about. I want to make a post. Like I don't understand this either. Why do we get arcane, 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 fire, arcane, fire, arcane, fire? I don't understand that. Like this is level 4, and then we get another one at level 16, so 12 levels higher, 12 levels higher. 4 levels higher. And then 8 levels higher. And then 4 levels again. And then 6 levels. Like there's no consistent. I don't understand what was the idea here. I don't get it. Anyway, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss for what they're trying to accomplish. Feels weird not having a fire spell till 32. I think it's like 48. You talking about fireball? 48. Like, I don't understand that either. Oh, the volley? Yeah. The first volley spell? I mean, like, what the heck, man? Like, what? Why don't we get a fireball spell? Like, the first lesser fireball at, like, level 1. Like, I don't understand that. Do we even get a nuke at level 1? We have Ice Blast at level 16. You have minor... so you have minor flash of ice at level 1. Which, by the way, none of these flash of ice spells I don't think are worth it. Let's see what the... I'm curious what the mana efficiency is on these. We'll do this back at Shaded Dunes. Lower level wizard seems to grind nonstop single target now. That might be the better way to go, yeah. On a low level. Because you don't get your quad abilities until level 12 now, and they're not mana efficient at all. Way too much mana cost for the damage done at that level. Like, just way too much. Yeah, level 1 should be inefficient. I'd agree with that. It absolutely should be inefficient. All right, let's see. Superior Flash of Ice. So 697 damage for 149 mana. $697 divided by 149 equals, so 4.6. So this spell, oh my god, dude, this is just frustrating me even more. That spell is more efficient than your Greater Fireball, which is the level 60 bread and butter spell with a 1.6 cast time, which means I can get 3 of these off in the amount of time that I get 1 of these off for less mana. And it snares. Is your gear causing this change of efficiency in any way? Well, I'm using the same gear. Like, that shouldn't matter. That's the thing. Like, the gear will affect it a little bit as you get more intelligence, you know? Like, I could use my intelligence serum here and gain an extra 20 intelligence. And yes, it will increase the damage. So we could do it just as easily as taking this off, right? Taking off my just dropping your intelligence. It scales better as you get better gear, but the thing is, the mana efficiency is really what matters the most. So you're still going to use, no matter what your gear range is, you're still going to use the most efficient spell. Is the issue. I don't think it becomes, like, it's not like things are going to become more efficient. I mean, they're going to do a little bit more damage, but yeah, the efficiency shouldn't change that much. Yeah, it just feels bad, man. Like I don't understand where their numbers are going. I just don't get it. The whole thing just feels bad. So I don't know. Say one spell line scales more within than the other. At some point in the past, when your gear was worse, the other spell line was better. I understand what you're talking about. I mean, we could kind of test that pretty easily. We just have to cast a few spells. But, yeah. I don't think it's going to matter that much. Give me a second, we can look. All right, let's go. We can go test it real quickly. Just to see how much the efficiency matters, or how much efficiency changes based on your intelligence. We can easily test that. Let's get rid of this. Let's get in this. Why is that not memming that spell? Do I already have that memmed? Oh, that's the AoE. Whoops, wrong one. Oops-a-daisies. Hey, let's go to Mr. Jigs. How you doing, bud? Okay, so let's test this out. We're going to hit a snake. We're going to do Exceptional Arcane Surge with 153 mana. And it resisted. Fun. Good stuff. Good times. 1103 with 153 mana. We take off some, so we're now down to 137 mana, and it does 50 less damage. So I'm losing 50 damage for 15 intelligence. Yes? Yes. Okay. Now if we do Greater Fireball, cool, it does 1995 damage. Add in that 15 intelligence. Yeah, level 1, that's a whole other story, but yeah. It added in, we went from 1995 to 89 damage on that one. So we gained... what is that, 94 damage? So that's the difference in the two. So the intelligence, it definitely does matter, right? It definitely does matter. So as you get much higher intelligence, then Greater Fireball will end up doing more damage because the base damage is higher and it gets multiplied out higher. So the thing is, right now, the way they have it set up is if you're normally geared, your average player is here, then you want to be using Exceptional Arcane Surge because it's way more mana efficient. Like, it's insanely more mana efficient. Like, nearly twice the mana efficiency. So you would have to increase, you basically have to max out your intelligence, like way higher intelligence. Because both of the spells are going to continue to go up. One, like if they're both here right now, you know, your Greater Fireball is going to go up slightly faster than your Exceptional Arcane Surge. But even still, I don't know. Actually, you know what? Let's look at the actual mana efficiency, because I don't know that the mana efficiency, I don't think that's going to matter. Now that I think about it, actually, hang on a second. Let me look, because I don't think it's going to matter. We did 1103 with the higher intelligence, so 1103 divided by 149 equals a 7.4 mana efficiency. And then with the lower intelligence, we did 1053 divided by 149 equals... So what was the difference in those? 1103 divided by 149. A 0.4 difference approximately in mana efficiency, right? 0.4 difference. And then we did, the other one was Greater Fireball, and we did 1995 divided by 495 equals 4.03. And then we did 2089 divided by 495 equals a 0.2 efficiency increase. So, yeah, this one still remains better. As you go up in intelligence, the mana efficiency of this one actually goes up faster. So in every way, Exceptional Arcane Surge is better. The better geared you are, the more mana efficient it is. Yeah, we talked about the resistance more. I mean, that one's, you don't know. We don't know because the Arcane, it depends on the mob you're fighting, right? So we have to kind of normalize that and say everything has 0 whatever resist rate. You know, assume 1-to-1 kind of thing. It's way more mana efficient. You got to play Pantheon and check out the Warrior Masteries. I'm done with Pantheon, dude. I'm not playing that game ever again. I'm done with it. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. I appreciate the birthday wishes. But yeah, I'm done with Pantheon, dude. They pushed back the early acts or the spring update that they've been boasting about for months. They pushed it back again. Like, I mean, they're not going to change. They're not going to change. That company is doomed. It's doomed. I've given them the benefit of the doubt for far longer than they deserve. It's doomed. Just 10 more cash infusions and they'll be good. Exactly. They're done, dude. They're done. It's yeah. Fool me once, shame on me. You know, that whole thing. All right, so we've got Intung 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 Intung, and then we 20, 40, 60, 73 Mage Powder. We're getting there. Gotta get a 2-to-1 on those. Just want to hear what you have to say about the Masteries. It's comical. I probably won't like them. I probably won't like them. Number something else at the moment. Druid at level 8 gets a nuke, 17 damage, 48 mana. Level 1 spell is 8 mana for 12 damage. And the funny thing is the 8 spell was only 23 mana pre-patch. Yeah, I don't know, man. They're all over the dang place. To be honest, most of my old gamer buddies no longer play these games, and I struggle to get consistent groups. Pick classes that mostly can solo. Yeah, it's definitely a pain point. Void. Yeah, definitely a pain point. Their tier 1 talents require the second tier talent. They Pantheon the heck out of that, didn't they? So you have to get a second tier talent to unlock a first tier talent. Holy jeez, dude. That is... God, they Pantheon the crap out of that. That is sad. That is so sad. Wow. All right, guys. Well, it's been a fun stream. I appreciate all the birthday wishes. I appreciate all that kind of stuff. We had a good discussion today about the wizard and druid and all of that. It is my birthday, so I'm going to go, and my son's at camp. I got to go pick him up momentarily. I'm going to head out and do that. So, yeah. Darth Jet, I see you. I don't want to give away all my items, guys. I don't want to give away all my items. But yeah, I can give you one, Darth Jet. Where's the other guy? I can give you one, Darth Jet. I've got 2 of them. You don't need to pay me. Don't worry about it. Pity, are you here in town as well? Because I told you I'd give you one of those bracers. You got the bank? All right. Give me 1 second. I see delete here. That's Darth Jet, I think. And then Pity, I'll give you one as well. Dirty, are you Pity? Is that you? Let me get on my my guy here. You're Dirty? Okay. Yeah, I had 3 of these in my bank. So I don't mind giving you guys stuff like sometimes here and there. I do need some of this stuff though. But yeah, I've got 1, 2, 3 of them. So boom. Boom. I can't give everybody everything, though, unfortunately. But you guys are here often. I appreciate you guys coming to the stream and whatnot. I'm not paying you to come to my stream, though. I appreciate you either way. There you go. You guys have fun. Enjoy. Enjoy your weekend. Whatever you end up doing, I'm going to be hanging out with my family quite a bit. I may or may not stream tomorrow morning. I don't know. No promises on streaming tomorrow morning. But I may. And then, yeah, I'll be hanging out with the family a good bit over the weekend. So if I do stream, it'll be shorter. Anyway, take care, everybody. Have a good one. Appreciate chatting today. And I will see you all next time. Bye.